All right, race fans, welcome back. Welcome back to Sebring for the second half of our broadcast of the VEC Round 5, 12 hours of Sebring. Right now, this is Colin Tabor coming to you with Thomas Cope in the broadcast booth.
Afternoon, all.
And we are seeing sunset over the track at Sebring in Florida. Our virtual world, of course, watching the action. Keyed in right here, I believe, on the Juncos car as well as one of the LMPs. We'll take you now to our race leader, Fuga Simsport, who are now several laps up on the second place LMP1. Their race has been apparently flawless so far as we know. We're watching them circulate the track. They are currently running lap 218 of the event. Second place car is Marco Merbex in the MJR Racing team. And so far, the LMP1 field has shrunk in the series so far. We're down to just a couple of contenders left. These two will finish first and second in the championship, barring any unforeseen events. Can't even imagine what it might be. But I want to, I want to recognize both teams for their persistence and showing up to kind of finish out the season. Right now, watching Merbex gingerly navigating past the LMP2. There, that looks like probably the Ronin Simsport Academy machine. Yep, the 11 car or 13 car. As we go on through the field, let's just take a look at where everybody is at. Moving on to the LMP2 class, we have Marco Morosi in the car right now for Leo Racing, and he's running lap 199 for that group. They're about to hit the lap 200 milestone in the race. And there's been some seesawing of the order here in the LMP2 field, with Leo now at the top after we've seen stints with both Pro Sim Racing and Ronin Simsport at the top. Looking at my data on pit stops, it looks like Leo Racing has pitted on lap 182, which was about 17 laps ago. They've been a little earlier on the pit cycle, as you have Ronin Simsport, who's in second, and they have last pitted on lap 189. I think they were actually the car that I mentioned was lapping in shot previously. Let's check in now with the third place car. That is Pro Sim Racing and Alex Gall at the wheel. They are right now running third, lap 199 as well. They're about 9 seconds behind the Ronin Simsport Academy team. I think they are running quicker. I think we may see some fight for position in this on the track. Then fourth in class is Shawshank Racing with Tobias Stevenage at the wheel at the moment. As far as I know, this team is running just 2 drivers. Well, maybe they have 3 today. I see Marcel Pollock is also in the server and maybe scheduled to drive a stint later. He has not yet entered the car, so we're not quite sure. Don't want to predict. He could be there just a spot. But they ran into some issues early. They got caught up in an incident on lap 1. and now have fought their way back to 4th place. They are running a couple laps down, currently running lap 198. But as I said, definitely recovering, having a strong recovery drive, and we'll see how well they can do here. Moving on in the field, we've got Banzu Flow, who are running lap 198 as well. They're on the same lap and about 20 seconds, 30 seconds in arrears to Shawshank, but Marco Prado in the car of the Racing Prado brothers. They've got Marco and Pablo on the team, so I think they may be brothers. That would certainly make a better story for the viewers. I don't know. He's working his way through a couple of the GTE cars, and if we look at this right now in the GTE class, we'll get to them in a moment. I don't want to jump ahead on the story. Let's just finish out kind of through the field as we're doing here. I'm going to move now to Venom Works Endurance with a JPW Ringwood in that machine at the moment. They are running in 6th place overall. They are 6 laps down to the leaders. These guys have been running hard. They were the hardest hit by the lap 1 incident that we ran into earlier on. And so they are... sorry, I'm getting a little distracted as I manipulate a few different windows. They're running lap 195 and have last pitted on lap 190, so fairly recently. And that's the last LMP2 still running in the field. We've had a few drop out, Freaky Fast Racing and Reaper Racing, struggling to complete today. Moving on to our GTE class, we have the Porsche of Ronin SimSport GTE firmly in control here. Several laps, at least a lap ahead of all the competition as they come through Sunset here. Lap 186 right now for Gabriel Erdi in that car. They own the fast lap of the race in GTE at a 155.4, a blistering pace. These guys have really come on strong in the last couple of races. Second place in GTE, running lap 185, so potentially a couple laps down here, although maybe 1.5 laps depending on kind of when you click. The Juncos Racing Machine, Maxi Stefanon at the wheel. They are running in second place. There have been some kerfuffles in GTE, but not nearly so serious as the one we had with LMP2 early in the race. Bunch of cars now on this lap with these guys, so they're running second. 18 seconds behind them is Porsche Sport. We'll move over to those guys. Ryan Parkins at the wheel. And then another few seconds behind in Core Motorsports, who are really just 5 seconds behind Porsche Sport, I believe. With Hugo Mendes in the car. And again, we have a brother team there. I think it's all brothers, Hugo, Marco, and Celio Mendes. If they're not, it's a coincidence. Not to say it couldn't be, but a great effort from those guys running in fourth. They've been battling with a couple other teams throughout the race. In fifth spot right now, Team Slow Pace. Emil Roning at the wheel. They are running lap 186. And they are another 16 seconds back from Core Motorsports. Then we'll move to Century Sim Racing. They're running lap 185. apparently one lap behind there. They've run into some challenges, couple of offs, not necessarily their doing for sure, and they're rallying with some good lap times right now, but are running another lap down, so they may need a little help to move back up the order. But they've been very competitive all day. Like a good race overall. And then SCCR Sim Sports. We heard from some of these team members earlier in the broadcast, and the other go around. We've got Kevin Stringer in the car right now, and was a little shout out. SCCR also helped to sponsor the series through the Swindon Carrier Center, as well as Unified Potential was our other sponsor. We want to thank both of them at this time. So that's through the field with everybody who's running on track at the moment.
Yeah, and something for you, Colin, you can see in the blue box, Alex Gal has just passed Ray Rivard for P4 overall, which is a P2 in class.
Yeah, that's exciting. Let's see if we can get the replay on that.
Might want to just press replay again on that one.
It's a little glitchy. Here we go. Yep. Pulls out, going down what looks like the front straight. Classic turning maneuver, passing maneuver into turn one on the inside, which must have been set up, I'm sure, through a nice run on the back stretch.
Yeah, I was just keeping an eye on the situation while you was finishing up the current standings for the field right now, and yeah, you could see Alex Gar wanted to get by him for the last couple of laps, and he's been catching him really well. It's making them that good run down to turn one, obviously, and gets by him nice and cleanly there.
Yep, and that's our closest race on track right now.
Yeah, currently that is a gap of 2.5 seconds. We do also have Core Motorsport, who are only 7.5 seconds behind Porsche Sport right now. And that is our other closest battle, potentially on track.
Yes, I think they might be losing ground. However, that said, we'll keep an eye on these guys. There's Porsche Sports entry, and then behind them, you got Core Motorsports also now going turns 2 through 4. And you can see that, the sun going down at Sebring tonight. In race time, sim time is right now 8 p.m. So May 2nd is the date. We had a fairly late sunset in the U.S. at that time of day. So it looks like the sun is setting. It may have actually gone below the horizon. We may be here now in the last couple of moments of daylight, the dusk, as it were. Always a great time in sim.
Yeah, it's also a time where it proves difficult for some of the drivers in terms of being able to see the track, and makes it a bit difficult in terms of the tyres as well. I've just seen Banzu Oryx Flow, which has Michael Gerardo behind the wheel. He has just had a nice little spin coming towards the middle sector of the track.
Now let's take a look here. Take it back to that.
Yeah, just getting a little deep on the brakes in the rear end, just deciding to step out on him, and yeah, a little spin moment for him. Nothing too much, no cars around him, so didn't drop any positions as such. Just a lot of time. He is now currently sat in the pits taking his pit stop. I believe this is scheduled. Or not far off the schedule. I feel it's a little early, but still.
Yeah, he may have decided to switch over. We'll see if they do a driver swap.
No, Marco Prado is still in the car as they come and leave.
Exiting the pit. Yep, looks like he's exiting the pit at this time. There he goes around the first complex of turns. Yep. So that he's kind of on his own right now, racing in his own lap, as it were. He's on lap 203. So, and other cars ahead of him are on lap 204. Most of them, with Leo. Well, I think they're all on 205. I see for Leo and Bro Sim Racing. The top three are on 205, and then fourth place a little bit behind that. Let's tune into the Leo Racing team for a minute or two and see how they're making out. They're in the lead of this race right now by about 24 seconds, with Alex Gal coming fast, as they say. I think Bro Sim Racing has a strong team, especially Alex. He's had top pace. His fast lap is the fast lap of the race for the LMP2 cars, although Leo is really not far behind on that.
As your overall leaders of the race, few SimSport just coming into the pits as well. So scheduled pit stop, I believe this is.
Fuga SimSports in the pits at the moment. Going up on the jacks, taking tires. Looking a little beat up on the front end there. Look at, they're getting some new pieces on the car. They must have had potentially an off. Let's see if we can detect. I see went an off track here in my record of events. We'll just kind of, I guess they're going through some repairs. So let's just see how that transpired. Here we have, oh, look at that. A little bit of a crazy incident with an effort to avoid Alex Gal, I believe, who may have gone off track as well. If we hit the replay for that, I think we're going to see him here. Now we're focused on Alex's car, and coming around there we see they brushed each other. So this creates some interest, definitely in the chase there for first place out in the LMP2 group. I think Alex was pushing hard and got into an incident and gathered up the first place car. So looking at the current standings, we're going to have now a switch. Then we got Bro Sim Racing now fallen back a bit, about 20 seconds off the lead, 25 seconds off the lead, and behind what's now the second place machine of Ronin SimSport.
Yeah, that's very unfortunate for Ice Guy. He was pushing very hard. He just got a little bit too excited on the gas and spun up the rears, which obviously caused him to spin in front of the Fuga SimSport car. It's a common theme we've seen with Fuga, unfortunately, where they've had a very dominant run in terms of being multiple laps ahead, and then an unfortunate situation that involves them. Obviously, looking back at Barcelona, they had the exact same, where they were 6 laps ahead, and then GTE's had an incident which they got involved with. So same again here for Fuga, but luckily for those guys, it's not impacting them too much right now.
That's right. I think they just maybe lost one of the laps they had in their advantage.
I'm also keeping an eye on Mr. Gal, Alex, as well. He's very much pushing to try and get back at that Ronin Sport Academy team. He had a moment of off track coming out of the final turn of Sunset and got a little bit of grass on the exit. Yeah, he's trying to make up that time. He's currently 6 seconds behind I keep wanting to say Shawshank, but Ronin Sport. Unfortunately, Shawshank are a lot behind Pro Sim Racing at this point in the race, unfortunately. Maybe they can get that lap back. We'll see how the race goes from here on out.
That's right. It's not a tremendous amount of cars, and there's still a lot of racing to go. We have just under 6 hours to complete the race. So about I would say 5 hours and 40 minutes, 35 minutes left. As sunset is coming here, and we'll soon be in darkness on this racetrack. Watch the MJR machine sweep by.
Yeah, it'll be interesting to see how the drivers tackle the end of the race with the darkness, and how it's going to look for you guys on the stream. Obviously, we don't know how much you'll be able to see us after the headlights on track. As this is one of those tracks, it doesn't have a lot of light coverage for nighttime driving, as Alex Gal does come down to the pits as well. Probably on strategy for those guys. But we'll also have those.
Yes, I think that is right on time. Leo Racing, which sort of sets the trend, they pitted on lap 204. With Ronin SimSport still out at the moment. So looking at right now, taking a look at the Leo Racing guys. As they run into turn 14, the tower turn, and out onto the backs, the lead up to the Ullman Straight. And Ronin SimSport here showing also passing tower. Actually, they may have been coming out of the hairpin. My bad. And here they come into the pit lane for their stop. So scheduled stops for the LMP2s taking place here at around the 6.5 hour mark of the race. We'll see whether these guys can come out in front of Bro Sim Racing. Bro at the moment have moved Jeremy Valignon into the car, and he's running out the back straight at the moment. Looks like we have the Ronin SimSport Academy team back on track at the moment, with Ray Rivard still at the wheel. Bro Sim Racing just coming around sunset, so still in third, but we'll be pushing hard to try and get trying to get that gap made up.
It's interesting to see, Colin, some of the lines some of the drivers are now starting to take. I noticed a couple of drivers making a few little more mistakes here and there that they weren't making earlier in the race. Into Pro Sim Racing now as well, being very gentle behind other cars and not going for the overtake where they potentially could. I mean, maybe losing a little bit of time, but they're being very safe in the process. So maybe they're taking a bit more of a sit back and accepting maybe a P3 or maybe a late battle in the race for P2, but not.
Well, they did just have a driver change, so I would imagine Jeremy's getting accustomed as well, getting a chance to settle in. There's usually a little transition period unless the driver's really, really on top of his game. Looking back through the field, there's no close battles at the moment. There may be some strategic battles going on, but we'll move away from the LMP2s and spend a little time with our GTE field right now, as we did see the Bro Sim Racing guys overhaul the GTE of Ronin Sim Sport GTE team, the leaders of the race. Running lap 196, about to start lap 197 here as the sun's going down at Sebring. As they cross start-finish line, Maxi Stefanon and Juncos Racing is just entering the back straight, the Ullman final straight. I like to say there's 5 straights here. You have the front straight, then you have the lead down from Big Bend to the hairpin. Then you have the kind of the back straight with Fangio and Cunningham, and then the interim straight, the 4th straight, which includes Bishop, is approaching the Le Mans corner and turn 15-16 complex, and then the final Ullman straight. So quite a few long stretches here with the cars. It's very interesting, I think, for drivers. In the track is long. It's almost 6 kilometers in length with 17 turns, and each turn complex has something about it. You go from everything to the relatively simple hairpin, which we're approaching right here as we ride along with second place Junko's car, and then another seemingly simple corner is turn 1. Turn 1 actually is a lot harder than it looks, with a wide approach and so much tarmac to play around with. And then you have the turn 2, 3, 4 complex with turn 5 leading onto the Big Bend. That's unique. Turn 10 and turn 13 also very unique. The Cunningham right-hander and the Tower right-hander, they're both basically 90-degree right-handers, relatively tight, but definitely different in their approach and their apex timing. So you really have to keep track of where you are on this track, concentrate the whole time. We watch Maxi going a little hot into Le Mans, having to lift, unfortunately, on the lift there on the exit of the corner. Let's pop back and check out our 3rd place car with Brian Parkins piloting the 911 Porsche Sport car. He's about 20 seconds behind Maxi. If we look at their last laps, Maxi in the Juncos car did a 156.6, and Ryan did a 157 dead. So, advantage Juncos for that lap. Right now, as we're finishing up We see more of an even split, both teams doing a 56.6. Now taking a look at the Core Motorsports of car of Hugo Mendes. I really do like the Corvettes and the way they look and the way they perform at Sebring. Yeah, the classic yellow incorporated into this livery as well.
It's quite fitting with Sebring having the advertisements for the Corvette car.
That's right.
It's just unfortunate we don't see the Corvettes doing too well, unfortunately. Obviously, Hugo in fourth, and the team slow pace behind those guys.
Yep. This is the slow pace car, the red and silver. I really like this livery with the chrome and the chrome accents. Really hot looking, if you ask me. If we look at the back end of the livery, also they're going to have nice chrome look there with a good job. Also, look on the spec map, it looks like so the finer points of livery design coming to you here. Take a look at the chopper cam. We can get a better look at whatever lines everyone's running. As we come down here to Sunset, line might be a little bit compromised there by the LMP going through on the inside. That was Jeremy Valignon in the Bro Sim Racing car. But there's a little bit of a latitude there with the line. I find if you're really close in, there's a huge bump on the inside of the corner, but it looks like most of the guys are electing to hit that as it's part of the fastest way through the corner. You can really see the headlights illuminating the track now, as darkness is pretty much upon us in our sim world. Now catching up with James Whitehouse in the Century Sim Racing car, which has now fallen a couple of laps back. They've been having their struggles. A lot of LMPs coming through here. We'll pick up Shawshank Racing over here. This battle is not for position. Shawshank running fourth in class, and the car just ahead is the Venom Works Endurance running sixth in class, a few laps behind, several laps behind. But pace similar between these cars. Right now, both running 48s, 49s. We'll see how that plays out. How quickly Shawshank can get past. We also got the leader is the third car in this train, actually, the Leo Racing team. So Shawshank will not really want to go another lap down to the leader, but they may not have a choice.
Yeah, it'd be unfortunate Shawshank have done a really good drive today. yeah, if they go down by one lap, it's not the end of the world. They can still make up that one lap. Obviously, pit strategies and stuff like that. So we'll see how it goes.
That's right. Well, I think all of the cars in this class have run into some kind of kerfuffle at some point, some kind of obstacle. So a lot of race still to go. You see the Leo Racing car here with Daniel Pizzo on board. Currently showing MJRs in the pits for their pit stop.
Just had a little incident with the James Whitehouse and the Century Sim Racing car.
Let's take a look and see if we can see what happened. Replay here.
Going through the final section of the track, the LMP2 behind the Porsche. The Porsche getting a bit of the curb through Tower, getting a little loose. Oh. And that's also the Bro Sim Racing car also giving a little bit of help towards the Porsche spinning out.
So there was contact there.
Yeah, unfortunately, Bro Sim Racing did get into the rear end of Century Sim Racing, but not really. I don't think anything to say that as Century Sim Racing were already spinning out of control almost at that point in time.
Right. They were. It was already happening. It wasn't really attributable to that. That's for sure. Let's see if we can take a look at the replay again from the rear here. From the gearbox of Whitehouse's car. Yep, a little bit of a spin there and bang. Unfortunate for those guys. They've been having kind of a rougher and rougher time.
I can tell you from experience, that is the one curb on the track you do not want to hit. Being the highest curb here, you don't really want to make much contact with it as you're going through there, as the cars are a lot of load. And you can lose a lot of traction when doing so. Obviously those guys finding that out the tough way, and having a little bit of a moment, and also getting a little bit of help from that Bro Sim Racing car. As you see the Band 2 RX floating in by it's James Whitehouse in a Century Sim Racing car as they go through Le Mans.
That's right. So we have Ringwood in the pits here.
Also a driver change for the Venomworks team, which did have Ringwood in the car. Now
right.
Just getting his taste behind the wheel, I believe that is, yeah.
That's right.
I believe that is also Joshua Johnson's first laps behind the wheel at that LMP2. Double check those facts. No, this will be his second time.
All right.
He's already done so.
Yeah, he looked like he was second in the car earlier in the race.
Yeah.
Taking tires, taking the full wax. Here at 6.5 plus hours in, as they move out and rejoin the racetrack.
Noticing a lot of the drivers are making mistakes. It's not replayable, but just a little moment off track and noteworthy at least. Marco Lenz behind the wheel of that MJR car in second place, locking up going into the hairpin and just taking to a lot of the grass.
Yeah, we can take a look at it. We don't have a lot else going on here. Here's Marco in the hairpin. Yeah, overshoots it. There's that runoff road. It's sometimes just a lot easier to just go back over there. You lose a lot less time. That's Marco in the second place car, the MJR LMP1.
Yeah, a lot of the drivers struggling with the dark driving at the moment.
It definitely gives you pause, Thomas. I mean, it kind of can throw a monkey wrench in your rhythm. I did find myself during the 12 hours that it was pretty manageable. You have, if we go from the driver's perspective, you have a fair bit of light from your headlights, as well as a lot of markers on the edge of the track. It's very well marked in terms of those markers, but if you haven't practiced with that, could have an issue.
Yeah, and we're still getting into the darkness of the day as well. Like, from experience, I think it's going to get a lot darker as we go on.
Sure.
In sim, we're only at 8:30 right now, so it's going to get a lot more darker and go into the middle of the night exactly. And we'll see how
a pass here. It looks like we have notated a pass here. You can see Emil running in the 7 car, passing Hugo Mendes.
And that was a pass in the pits.
In the pits, is that what it was? Okay. Very exciting, isn't it? not so exciting.
When the text is that colour, it's a pass for the pits.
Oh, okay. That's great.
When the box is that colour, that is when there's a pass on track for position.
All right, that's a good tip. Talking shop here in the broadcast, but that's fine. So now we'll switch out for the most exciting and see what happens. We've got a little bit of a lapping action happening here. Porsche Sport guys getting lapped by the Banzu Flow team. Looks like we may have a little bit of a crash here. See what happens with Marco. Going a little wide there. And into the wall on the exit. The Ullman. Onto the Ullman. I would believe that's the Ullman straight, or is that?
Yep, that is the Ullman straight. And that is a lot of damage from Marco Lenz behind the wheel of that MJR Racing LMP1.
Yeah, looking at the right front suspension, pieces falling off. Right rear, he's hit that car pretty well. That's really unfortunate. This is the MJR guys in the LMP1, I believe.
Yep.
Let's see what they're going to do here. Go back to live pictures. I have to assume they're in the pits.
I would believe that is true. They are in the pits. And that could be a long repair time for those guys. At least a couple of minutes. Unless they have required repairs, it could be even longer. It's very unfortunate for those guys. Going back to, we saw MJR having a moment into the hairpin earlier. Clearly we had to see Maxi Stenton has also had an off-track moment. The exact same as Mr. Lenz did as well, going Just locking up the brakes, getting a little deep in, and going straight on over the grass and taking to the runoff area.
Yeah, luckily here at the hairpin, there's oh, this is not the hairpin, my bad. Or is it? Yes, it is. It's so hard in the dark. Look for that hotel. You can always tell. That's how to tell where you are by the hairpin. But Maxi having a moment there. Let's see how that's affected their race. He's now just 20 seconds in the lead over a Porsche Sport car. So that will have kind of affected his standings there. Yeah, they're running lap 205 now. And I'm expecting pit stops in the next 15 minutes or so from these guys.
Has also allowed Porsche Sport to catch up a little bit more.
Yeah.
As they do now sit 21.5 seconds behind Maxi in that Juncos Racing Esports team car.
Exactly.
You're right there, Colin. Is this race a bit exciting? You're breathing down your mic a little bit.
That exciting. Or just the positioning got away from me. Yeah, catching up now with Emil Roning, who's in Team Slow Pace Corvette. They are about 30 seconds ahead of the next car back, which is Marco Mendez in the other Corvette. So these guys fairly well matched, running mid 58s. Slow Pace actually though just clocked a 56.8, which is good. Quite good for this stage of the race. Interesting to see how lap times trend when nighttime comes. Times gets a little more dodgy. And right now we have Juncos in the pit lane. I have to think that would be a scheduled stop, as I don't think they took any damage based on.
I would believe that would be a scheduled stop. They're not far from the pit window, from my guesstimation. So yeah. I would believe that would be on schedule for those guys.
Looks like they're back.
I may see all the other cars coming down pits very soon. Speaking about pits, Marco Lenz in that MGR, still in pit lane, under service.
Yeah, they might as well take all the repairs. They're not really racing hard with Fuga. They're not in the same league as far as the lap times. So I certainly hope that they'll continue, but should take all the repairs. Right now tracking Daniel Piso in the Leo Racing team entry, leading the LMP2 class. I don't think I'm on the issue. Coming out of the pits. Sorry, gang. So Leo Racing pulling out of the pits. I think they're still safely in the lead. Their issue has never been pace. They're a very fast team. My observation would just be during the series there's been a few consistency issues that have cut them down at times, which is completely understandable. getting darker and darker. Gonna have to see by the lights of the cars, and then a few little bit of spotlights here and there around the track. Broadcast is going to get more and more kind of hard to decipher, perhaps. Right now, we got the leading GTE in the pits, Gabriel Erdi, hitting pit road.
Yeah, that's the running Sunspot team coming down. For what I believe, well, should be their scheduled pit stop. Honestly, so, be interesting to see if they take tyres here or if they try and double stint these tyres now.
They're off. So Juncos have now stopped, and they've dropped back to fourth, I think, overall in GTE, with Porsche Sport in second and Team Slow Pace in third. But those two teams have yet to pit on this cycle, so we'll keep track of them and see when they jump into pits. They should drop back behind the Juncos when they do. I like these guys. Nice red livery. It's kind of vivid colors. I think I've said this already. Silver, Corvette, silver and red.
Just a little moment for Maxi in that Juncos racing car. If you want to go and have a little look, Colin. They're just coming down.
This is the wrong car. Sorry there, guys. There he is. He's already off.
If we look at the crash one.
Yeah, okay.
A little bit further back. There we go. So yeah, just coming down towards the hairpin. LMP2 car gets by him. He just a little late on the brakes and locks up. Nearly makes contact. That was with the Shawshank Racing car. We'll say lock up and they take to the runoff area and make sure they don't hit him. Good job from those guys to not collect the Shawshank Racing team in that incident with them.
Definitely. Picking up now on fifth place, LMP2, Daniel Galan at the wheel. Ben Zuflo running adjacent to the Ronin Simsport car, running in second place overall. So those two are not racing for position, despite what might be appearing. I think Daniel's on his outlaps, having just pitted a couple moments ago on lap 224. Let's pick up the race leader now. Marius Danhausen in the LMP1. We'll take a look through the through his windshield and see what he's seeing today. Let's just ride with him in silence for a minute or two.
as well. We did have a little moment. We saw Patrick there getting held up by the Jump Cars Racing car. We did also see them jump into the pits and do a driver swap, as we now see Patrick Alchai in the car for those Fuga team. We'll stick with these guys and keep watching their point of view as they're making their way through the field as much as they can. Let's have a little run for the field. Let's watch the onboard from Daniel Pizzo right now. See what the car looks like from their point of view. Now the race is going for those guys. Not really a racing team car.
quiet time here for everybody at night. Leo Racing Team on screen. The LMP2 drivers. We've got some pretty good driver behavior in the series at this point. I think we've got a very strong driver to the left, being considerate of each other, and that's great to see. Right now, Daniel will be coming up on. He's got about 9 seconds gap to Marco Mendez in the 5th place GTE. See him catching up fairly quickly. May take a lap or so. And here we are. Here's Mr. Mendez's car coming up in the shot. See there, Danielle avoiding a dive bomb there at turn 13, instead waiting till after the apex and sweeping by cleanly in the Bishop. Didn't quite take the normal line there through Le Mans. Well driven. Now on board with Ronin Simsport. GTE. See how life looks for the GTE. Right now, he's got about 15 seconds advantage over Danielle, the car we were just riding with. To lap him. So it should take another couple of laps. Lap and a half. To catch up to the GTE. Well, should be able to see up ahead. Ronin's GTE. It's a slow pace Quebec. Just ahead in the headlights. Message from Julius in the chat regarding his team, which is Shawshank Racing. They do have 3 drivers tonight. That's good. have an issue. We may see a crash here with we're gonna look and see what the replay brings here. Got an issue with Ray Rivard and the number 13 LMP, which is Ronan Simsport in second place. Look, they take a hard turn coming out of Sunset. Let's see if we can get another look of that. Now coming into Sunset, getting on the power just a little too early and spinning around the front, but no contact with the wall. Well executed, well avoided, and it's he spins, but he continues on. So not the best lap time, but otherwise no harm done. Take a look at the scenic view as the cars make their way around. This is actually a very interesting view at night. I like it. The LMP2 leader lapping another car. See here a little better how the track winds around itself. It's an interesting layout. Right now, no big battles on the track. We're going to take a look. Couple little off tracks that look like they've recently occurred.
Yeah, when we get around to Marco Lenz just having a little moment. We saw earlier he did have to crash.
And there we go. A little wide there, a big bend. Those tires under that bridge can be extremely lethal. If you do hit them, you tend to bounce across the track violently. Looking back over roughly around the place that I camped when I was at the racetrack. We camped over to the right of Big Bend, and the bridge there on that straight, just up from the hotel in the middle of the track. And we just found a couple spots for our tents and put them down. It was really a pleasant weekend. No real rain on the weekend, so that was a good thing.
I do think if we can go back to live views here, Colin, we have got a few battles potentially coming up very shortly. Bro Sim Racing in the LMP2 field are 9 seconds behind Ronin SimSport in a fight for P2, and we do also have Porsche Sport 9 seconds, or just dropped to 10 seconds behind Junkers for P2 in class as well.
Yeah, I think they've got a few minutes before they become active battles. We'll keep an eye on the times and see if anything happens. It looks like Junkos and Porsche Sport are running very similar lap times right now. That can always change, and it's always subject to traffic, of course. Now tracking Ryan Parkins in the Porsche Sport car, running third. The shadowy pictures definitely looking good overall. I love the night racing graphics, although many have pointed out how the graphics in iRacing are not as cutting edge as some other sims. I think with other sims, though, they really aren't as keyed in on multiplayer as the goal. Right here, multiplayer is definitely the goal. So Parkins getting the flash from looks like that might be a car he's just lapped. Not sure I saw any issues, but
I do also believe while we're at the top of the hour here, Colin, we are scheduled for a little intermission for you guys as we go to advert here.
We'll go to advert, and we'll see you on the other side. Thanks for tuning in here late night on the stream. I'll just kind of switch us around here to a kind of a fun view, and you'll see side by side with the adverts. Thank you to our sponsors, Unified Potential and Swindon Carers Center.
What if I come home and no one's through my front door? What if I come home and there's a mess everywhere? What if I come home and tears flood the floor?
No one understands the struggle and stress I shoulder. No one understands the happy trials of someone much older.
No one understands why my homework's late, why my mascara's smudged, or why I'm not perfect.
No one understands why I can't have guests, why I miss school, or why I look like I need a rest.
No one likes the kid who's always behind. Nobody gets the effort needed to keep up. They mock and scorn with ignorance in their minds.
Everyone looks down on me. They think I'm quite odd. But in fairness, me crying is all they see.
But everyone really should look up to me. Having responsibilities bigger than imagined, not knowing my cared one is my priority.
Patience. If you give me the chance to say, patience is all I crave, and you'll come to understand that my pain is every day.
It's not my fault that I am left out the group and that I always worry. No one knows the struggle and stress that we all carry.
The Swindon Carers Centre, we're here to support young carers to carry the weight of their caring role.
Someone is there for us to speak to. Someone understands what we all go through. To everyone at Swindon Carers, thank you.
Everybody has places to go, but not everyone has a way to get there. What if there were an easy way to get everybody where they need to be? What if there were one resource for all of the transportation needs in our community? What if we could move up to a better way to get people where they need to be? Welcome to a better way of getting around. With Move Up, all of your transportation options are in the palm of your hand with a mobile app that allows you to get where you want to go. Okay, there are lots of options for getting a ride, but this ride service is special because it offers answers to the collective needs of our community. Who needs a ride? Going to the airport or train station? Done. Need a lift to get some groceries, go to the bank or post office? Done. Need non-emergency medical transport to your doctor's appointment? Done. Need a ride for your child? Done. What if you want to take your dog or your bike with you? Done. You get the idea. But how does it work? There are basically 3 types of riders. Regular folks with no special needs, children and adults who need assistance, people who need to get somewhere but can't afford transportation. The people with no special needs can use Move Up just like they would a cab or a service like Uber or Lyft. Why choose Move Up? Because participation in the program helps support the overall community by keeping the drivers busy so the network can grow. Children and adults who need assistance can choose among the drivers who have been carefully screened to be able to handle non-emergency medical transport, assist with the elderly and handicapped, and to transport children with their parents' permission. People who need to get somewhere but can't afford transportation can enroll in one of the community programs that will pay for their ride. The driver gets paid just like with any other passenger. We can all move up to the next generation of ride-hailing and transportation if we all get involved. To learn how you can become a part of the solution, join MoveUpLynchburg.org today.
MoveUp is a local delivery management app that is completely free for you to use. It lets you choose your drivers, whether your own employees or others in the community. It lets you and your drivers decide on rates that are best for your customers, and those customers don't even have to download the app. MoveUp is easy to use. When a customer places their order and requests delivery, you enter the delivery information into your online system, and the system alerts drivers of their delivery order. You can track the complete status at a glance, and so can the customer. MoveUp's processing system is designed to protect you from liability and to minimize transaction fees. All of the money stays local. You keep all of the money from your sale, and the driver keeps all of the money from the delivery. It's easy to set up. In fact, you can be delivering the next day. MoveUp is the no-commission connection to your customers. Find out more on our website.
The BEC headquarters as the 5th round of our championship, 5th and final round, is well underway. We just had our 9 p.m. ad break, 9 p.m. GMT, and kind of just watching whoever the camera wants to pull up as we navigate around the track. Let's talk championship for a minute and see where everybody is in terms of the championship. So right now as we started, we had our current 1 and 2 teams in LMP1. We had them running 1 and 2 in the championship as well. So it seems extremely likely that that's the way that's going to end, with an overall win for Fuga SimSport and MJR Racing Team coming in second. I'm not even sure if that is even subject to change at this point, based on the fact that no one else is here on the track. I'm not suggesting anybody stop racing. but that's what we have. Unfortunate, a few other teams didn't find the means to enter the race today. They could have. The battle for third was much closer than the battle for the lead of the championship. Let's talk though. LMP2, Venom Works Endurance, currently running in 6th, had a 17-point lead coming into the championship over Leo Racing, who are running in 1st. Based on some point simulations, let's just kind of see where that could end up. Leo Racing team with 62. It will max out at 87 points, and that means VenomWorks needs 9 points to finish 1 ahead. And it seems like for the position of 6th place, they would earn, suspense building, they would earn 10 points. So that should put them clear. The only wild card here is the points awarded for lowest penalty points, or X's, as we call them. And right now, if I'm looking at our totals for our various teams, VenomWorks Endurance is on 5, and Leo Racing is on 8. So VenomWorks would get that 5 points as well, padding their advantage. So they're in a pretty good position if they continue on and finish the race. You do have to finish the race to score the points. But that one, both teams kind of motivated to finish out the race. Shawshank Racing is running in 3rd in that series, in that standings of that division, with a 45 points currently. And them running in 4th right now would give them 13 points, which would probably not be enough to overhaul either of those other teams. A little further down, you get Banzhou running in 5th, and that's about the closest that I've seen as far as other teams on the server currently. GTE standings. We've got Porsche Sport on 58 and Ronin Simsport on, Porsche Sport on 68, Ronin Simsport on 58. And simulating that puppy, it does seem like Porsche Sport seems positioned to come out on top based on where they are right now. They're running 3rd overall. If they were to finish there, that would score them 16 points to the 25 from Ronin Simsport, and that would give them that would give them 84 points to 83. That would be just enough on those points alone. Then we focus on the wild card, which is really those 5 points for having the safest drive. Porsche Sports is on 1 right now, and Ronin GTE is on 3. So they've got the advantage there too. But if that were to switch around, it could quickly change the outcome of the whole season, which is amazing. It's really quite close at this point. In the last half of the season, Ronin Simsport has come on like gangbusters. They ran into problems in the first 2 races, and then they shuffled their driver lineup a little bit and brought in. They didn't completely replace the team. They've had strong drivers all along, strongly rated drivers, but I think the current team crystallized after that, and they have kind of romped to victory in the last 3 rounds at Spa, Nürburgring, and now apparently here at Sebring. So that's where we are. So let's ride around with GTE leader Gabe Erdi He's a quick driver, no doubt, racing in some of the fastest series in iRacing. Here it is from his viewpoint. Looks like he's headed into turn 10. The one thing about the dark is it does focus you in on the track. There's no distractions, but you know, all the markers become more cryptic, and you know, it's just a little harder sometimes to see where you are. You really do need practice in locating a few key reference points that you can still see in the dark, so that you can keep up the same lap speeds. Gabe completes another lap at 1:55.9. That time by. Checking in on the battle for second. Got we got Juncos Racing Esports running second, maintaining a pretty consistent gap, it has to be mentioned, to Porsche Sport, both running in the mid-57s at this time. So really closely matched between Maxi Stefanon and Ryan Parkins, who's driving the Porsche Sport car right now. Looks like Ryan's about to pass the SCCR Sim Sports machine. This is not for position. He hits the lights to flash and let Kevin know he's coming. Another 30 seconds back and forth, running actually 33 seconds in arrears. Emil Roning, driving Team Slow Pace's Corvette. And we got Core Motorsports, who are another 11 seconds behind. Now there we could have a battle pretty soon. We'll have to keep an eye on that. But Core running about a second and a half faster on the last lap. So they're burning it up in an attempt to haul in fourth place car. There's Marco Mendez as he's getting overhauled by a faster LMP2 going into turn 1. So those of you out there on the stream, let me know, have you guys been to any real life races? Who's been to a real life race, and which race did you go to? My earliest racing memories are when I was a very young boy. My parents used to take me to races, and we happened to be living in East Africa at the time, in Uganda. My parents were active in the local motor racing scene after kind of cutting their teeth in the SCCA scene around Chicago when my dad was in graduate school. They used to have fun just going and supporting and working in the pits. But in Uganda, they took a big role. They drove. The big sport in Uganda was not so much racing, head-to-head racing, although there were autocross events at the top of the hill, a certain hill where they had a huge dirt track. There used to be autocross events, but rallying was the biggest draw in those days, and a lot of participation. And rallying, as some of you I'm sure know, is more about point-to-point racing on regular roads. So in Uganda, you can imagine the roads, there's a lot of dirt roads, and this was in the late 60s, early 70s, so a long time ago. Yes, I'm old. My parents both did rallying. My mother was actually more successful. She was generally the navigator, not the driver. So she would sit there in the car with a device called a CURTA that allowed you to make calculations on times based on lap time or intervals and various things. As we watch Mendez heading for pit lane here, so not enough time to catch Team Slow Pace before their pit stop. This pitting on lap 230, I can't imagine Team Slow Pace will be too far behind, so I expect the battle to rejoin shortly.
Hi, Colin.
Hello, Mr. Bochelle. How are you?
Good. So Mr. Cope has internet issues, so I figured I would come in and just keep company while he's getting all that sorted out.
Thank you.
So I have been, since you asked the question, I have been to Petit Le Mans at Road Atlanta. I did that in 2019. I also did the Indy race at Barber Motorsports Park in 2019. And I've been to more Talladega NASCAR races than I care to admit to. So, because I'm old too. I've got a little history with some tracks. So,
we have a question from Julius in chat, which is who has the lowest incidence in LMP2 right now of the teams running. It appears that Ronan Simsport Academy is on 2. And Venomworks Endurance is on 5. Leo Racing on 9, and so forth.
I'm actually trying to get back into the sim now, so I can watch and help commentate.
That's great. We always have a good time together, Charles. It's a pleasure.
We were going to do this later on anyway.
We will do this later on anyway. Yeah.
That's
perfect.
So anyway, I'm still loading in, so I can't. I'm kind of blind at this point.
That's fine. There is not a lot to watch in terms of actual sort of fights on track, but we're keeping up with probably the closest one is Core Motorsports and Team Slow Pace, which we just mentioned. But Core has pitted. We're waiting to see if Slow Pace will be doing the same shortly. Right now, riding with Juncos, who has probably the furthest removed pit lap, which was 2:05. They are currently running on lap 232. So, since stints are roughly 30 laps, I'm a little interested. I think Core Motorsports must be off of the.
Yeah, I think they were off cycle quite a bit.
Yeah, that's exactly what I'm looking for.
Yeah,
the words are not coming today.
No, I understand. No, I kind of foreshadowed this earlier when Josh and I were on the broadcast that I've noticed that since it's gotten dark, we didn't know how some of the drivers. We kind of made the assumption that a lot of these guys ran last week during the 12 hours, but that doesn't mean they drove at night. So we are seeing some issues with some drivers missing braking points and turn-in points on some of the corners that are causing lockups and off tracks and things like that. I noticed Maxi for Juncos has had a couple off tracks at the end of the hairpin. Not sure if that's just because it's dark or if it's because of something else that might be going on.
I think we just saw a pass for position here, guys, with we got Banzu Flow and Shawshank Racing together on the racetrack, both running lap 250. Daniel Galan passed Marcel Pollock in front of our eyes. I believe I did jump into that in time, but we're going to hit the replay as it looks like Daniel is able to just kind of pull away for the moment. But let's take a look at the replay on that. So here we are going through Big Bend. And yeah, Daniel just pulls to the inside, outbreaks his competition and gets a good launch job done. Let's just take another look at that from another angle just because we can. Sorry guys, I'm trying to get to that other angle. What happened? Yeah, I kind of missed it. What? And we'll try that one more time. All right. Good fun. Returning to live action. We've got Shawshank Racing just got passed. They're continuing and look like they don't quite have the pace to stay with Banzu at the moment. But that's a pass on track, which is a little unusual. Right now, we actually have looks like a couple seconds gap to Rico Kohlmeyer here, who is driving. Gosh, my goodness, I'm having trouble reading small text.
Rico is Ronan Sim Sport Academy.
Right. That's why it's so small. Yeah. They are 40 seconds up the road. Something told me they were closer, but they're not really. They're running second in class.
Mr. Cope, all sorted?
Yes. As we've been talking all day about connection issues and mechanical issues, my internet decides to have its own moment, let's say.
Well, welcome back. We just saw a pass on track. Don't get too excited for fourth place in the LMP class. Banzu Flow making it past Shawshank Racing for fourth place.
Yeah, I just saw that. It was a nice overtake down to the hairpin for Banzu RX Flow.
Yep, very clinical.
Outbreaking the opponent.
Yep.
Okay, well, guys, I will see you in about an hour or so.
All right, Charlie.
Enjoy. As I am just coming back into the sim, I don't have any data or anything at the moment. But
sounds good. So now focusing on Pat Pilchat in the Fuga Sim Sport car, they have what appears to be a 17-lap advantage over second place MJR after MJR's unfortunate pit issues. MJR is back out there. Kudos to them for continuing. We've discussed how, probably that championship is already set and the final standings determined. But these guys are a class act, and really appreciate them participating here today and racing. So let's take a look at them for a moment or two. Circulating 17 laps down from the lead after what was a very long pit repair.
Big thank you to Charles for covering me there.
For sure. Looking at a development in GTE class right now, looking at Juncos Esports shown in the pits. I think it's a scheduled stop. And behind them also we have Gabe Erdi from the race leading Ronan Simsport team also entering pit lane and pulling over. But we'll just monitor and make sure that this is a routine stop, and that these guys are gonna take off as we expect them to.
Yeah, unfortunately, I can't obviously see through my data anymore because it's all reset. I can't see if that is routine, but Juncos is dropping those positions to Porsche on Team Slow Pace. Juncos has now dropped to 4th place with that pit stop. So if this isn't scheduled, this is going to prove dividends for those guys. But be interesting to see if this is a scheduled pit stop, and we do see Porsche and Slow Pace make their way into the pits in the next couple of laps.
Yep, it was a 60-second stop, so that seems to be about the right time length. Not sure if they double stinting tires or not. Right now, the track temperature is. Where did my track temperature go?
Track temperature is down to 24 degrees C right now.
There you go. Yeah, 24. So quite fast, and tires can be preserved more readily at this temp.
Yeah, you'll see the GTEs try and push the tires to the max and do as many stints on them as they can. Obviously, the GTEs do have a longer stint over the LMPs. In terms of LMPs have smaller fuel tanks, so they'll typically be able to do a longer and more stints on the tires. Whereas GTEs having a longer single stint time,
right, full hour length.
A bit more careful on the tires, and can the tires actually make it through the 2 stops?
Yep.
To do a double or maybe even a quad or a triple stint.
So Junko's heading into sunset. We'll check in here with Emil Roning and Team Slow Pace. Looks like they are on the back section of the track after the first series of turns, heading into what I call almost the infield section, down to the hairpin here. It's really hard to use terms like front straight and back straight with this track, as we've described. It's got about 5 high-speed, flat-out areas, whether they have some of them a small kink in them, like the one we just took, or not, like the Ullman Straight, which is dead straight. They are straights in nature. And Porsche Sport now up into second, finishing lap 237, ticking over onto lap 238. So things a little bit topsy-turvy, probably due to pit cycles. That said, the pit cycle here for these cars is about 30 laps. Junko's just pitting on lap 236. Team Slow Pace pitted on 209, so I'm expecting them in next. And Porsche Sport on 212. Century Sim Racing pitted on 221, so they're definitely off cycle, and they're also multiple laps down to this group of 4 cars that are contesting second place, basically, as a group, and represent probably our tightest race on track at the moment. Let's check in with first place in LMP2, Leo Racing, right now working lap 258, and seemingly have pulled out a pretty good lead. Bro Sim Racing is running in second place and lap 257, so over a lap ahead are the Leo guys. That's a good interval, good, fairly safe interval. Although all you need is a couple of moments in a wall to change that. But Pro Sim Racing with Jeremy Valignon at the wheel seems to consolidated second place a little bit. Right now, running about 47 seconds ahead of Ronin Simsport. Watching these guys right now turning through turn 15 and then the Le Mans corner. Pop back to Rico Kohlmeyer, who's in the Ronin Simsport machine, a little further back on the lap. Right now running into Cunningham corner.
First slow pace duke down into the pits.
Slow pace taking to the pits, as we expected.
Just leaves Porsche Sport now to take that pit. Junkers Racing are going to get by with ease. Just coming on from a straight out. And also, seems Slow Pace doing a driver swap as Jonas Wies. Wise gets into the car.
Great. Checking out now, fourth place here. Team Banzu Flow. They're another lap down from these guys working lap 257 now. Although probably less than a lap behind Ronin Simsport Academy. Banzu Flow making inroads after some early drama. Kind of got them a little behind the 8 ball. Banzu Flow coming on fast as the second and third place cars are running mid or low 48s, and Daniel Galan in the Banzu Flow car just dropped a 46.7, which is quite quick. Now he's pitted on lap 244. That was 13 laps ago, so he's really mid-stint right now. Doing well. So we see him heading into Sunset. Just want to kind of get a sense of how far up the road the Ronin car is. Here they are, running through Cunningham. So, as mentioned, kind of 50 seconds, almost half a lap behind is the Banzu Flow car, but they're gaining. And there's a lot of racing to go. We've actually just elapsed 8 hours of racing, so we are 2/3 of the way through the race. If you count kind of the lead-up time and the pace lap, I would say we're just exactly at about 8 hours. And looking at the race timer on screen, we at 7:59 and a half minutes of race time. So that's exciting. Looks like we have an off track to check out. I'm gonna move over to that here on the stream. Pete Harrod in the car. Going wide at turn 1. Brilliant. That's the 59 car of Century Sim Racing. Tough moment there. I hit. You can come into that very quickly, very hard, and it can be a challenge, to say the least. Now, that may have been, for him, an early moment in his stint as he got back in the car just about 20 laps ago. Meanwhile, back to live action. Check in with Jonas Wies of Team Slow Pace, now back in the car. I think everyone cycled through their pit stops, and we're now showing still Ronin SimSport GTE in control on GTE class with a lap ahead, a lap on all his competition. He's running lap 242, just hitting the Ullman Straight, whereas Ryan Parkins shown second, running lap 241, also on the Ullman Straight. So about a lap down, it would appear, overall. So that's strong performance. It looks like in this sequence of pit stops, the Juncos has fallen just a little bit behind. They are they may have had an issue as well, because I feel like they're a little further behind than they ought to be.
I believe we are still waiting for Porsche Sport to come into the pits.
That's a good point. That's a good point, Thomas. I had estimated they must have done so by now, but they have not. So they should be hitting that pit box any minute now, because about 30 laps a stint, maybe 31. They're at that point now. They last pitted on lap 212. It's currently lap 242 for them. So that's 30 laps on the nose. Let's see what happens when they come around this time. If you were a bug on the nose of the Porsche Sport car, this is what you would see, except you would probably be dead, because you would be a bug. Heading through Bishop, over to turn 15, the Le Mans complex. That right-hander, always a little tricky for me. You got to get the car slowed down enough, but carry enough speed, and not wash up on the opposite side of the track, so you can get it turned around and make the exit onto the Ullman Straight, make the exit of Le Mans Corner. I mean, it's tricky. So here he comes around. Let's see if it's pits for him this time. Looks like it, I'm going to say.
Yeah.
There we go.
Porsche Sport come diving into this. It'll be interesting to see if Juncos get back by the Porsche Sport team right here.
Yeah,
if not, it'll be very close.
Let's track back with Ezequiel Montero as he's coming around. Looks like Tower. Yeah.
We'll keep an eye on Porsche Sport and see what they're doing strategy-wise.
Mike Epps in the car for Porsche Sport. See how that plays out. Third driver. Here comes Ezequiel around into Sunset. So this is going to be close between the two cars.
Just look at CCR also come down the pits.
And they're taking tires, so definitely going to be, I think, probably advantage Juncos. Yep.
Juncos put down the front straight now.
Yep.
They're going to get ahead quite clearly by a couple of seconds.
Yep, a little highlight appeared in the tower there, so.
I think maybe Core Motorsports are going to be very cool, whereas I believe they're going to be coming around Sunset any moment now. Oh, it's interesting. Core Motorsports, like 20 seconds.
So we'll see the pace that we get out of Mike Epps on the next stint here. See if he's able to make any headway into the lead of the second place. Clocking it at 17 seconds right now on my my feed. checking in with the front end of the field for the GT. Sorry, for the LMP2 class, we can see we've got right now Leo Racing in the pits, just starting to move again, showing lap 264. I think he's still got quite a lead over Bro Sim Racing, which is running lap 263, and just yeah, they're heading into Tower right now out of Cunningham, but they are on the same lap, within a lap of each other. That said, I think that Bro Sim Racing is a little off the strategy as far as pits go. Just a little bit of concern for Leo, and they seem not to get as much fuel mileage as everybody else. I assume they're sort of running shorter and shorter in terms of the stints. May eventually wind up running a full stint more, or an extra pit stop over everybody else. I don't know if they can afford to give that up. I guess right now they kind of can. You got Vallignon coming through Sunset onto the main straight, and this is, right now we're looking at Marco, and he's running into turn 14, 15, 16. So most of a lap he's got on them. Might be enough time for a whole pit stop. And if you got the pace, so be it, Take a look at the scene here. And we'll see if maybe we can pull the timing tower off. We'll just take a quick look at everything. Let's ride with race leader Pat Pelchat through the static TV. We'll follow him around the track. Around Sunset onto the front straight. Running lap 292 right now. Kicking up a little dirt. Heads into turn 3.
Just trying to keep an eye out for the field. I am looking at the lap times. I think Porsche Sport are slowly going to be catching Junkers. From what I'm seeing now, they are actually setting faster laps than those guys with Mike Epps in the car.
Yeah, I mean, I think we saw them with about a 20-second gap at the pit stop, right after their pit stop, and now it's down to 16.2. So looks like you're right, Thomas. Great call.
We do also have Core Motorsports back another 22 seconds from Porsche Sport, and then behind Core Motorsport another 12 seconds back to Team Slow Pace. Be interesting to see if any of those guys start setting some quick lap times. As it stands, Team Slow Pace are dropping off from Core Motorsports just a little bit.
So Juncos just ran a 55.866. Sorry, 56. Excuse me. That'd be 56.866. And Porsche Sport a 56.751. So still very close, just a tenth there. That's not enough to make up 17 seconds in a hurry. So we're going to have to continue to monitor this, see how it plays out. Again, we still got a bunch of guys on the same lap. Actually, a closer battle is Core Motorsports over its Team Slow Pace. It does look like Core Motorsports has made their way back into 4th place. Looks like we do have a potential off track here. Nathan Healy. We'll go to that here of
SCCR. Too many C's.
As SCCR Sim Sport takes a chunk out of a tire wall there and may have bent up the front of the car a bit. That's unfortunate. Let's see if we get to see any of that.
He's actually in the pits. I believe they are taking all of those repairs.
Yep, as we
that little incident.
Cycle back through to them. Let's just take a quick look. Yeah, there they are in the pit lane. Certainly unfortunate. We don't like to see that. They've had a tough day. They're off the pace of the front end of this field. We do have some very quick drivers here. Put you in your place right quick. With the likes of Ronin, Juncos, and Porsche Sport, who are all very serious teams, here today. Back to our battle here. Focusing in on Mike Epps in the Porsche Sport car. Looks like the interval's back up to 17 seconds as Mike dropped a 158 flat on that last lap, which is actually 1.4 seconds slower than the Juncos car at 156.6. So a nice lap there by Zeke. Right now, let's ride along with Conan Verne in the Ronin Sim Sports car. He has not been seen until relatively recently. I believe he just got in the car about 10 or 12 laps ago. That's right. It was his first appearance with Philip Bereswell and Gabe Ergy taking the duties up to this point. So driver number 3 makes his appearance. He's got to make fair share, so he's got to drive another 20 laps or so to make that for the race, which I'm sure he'll have no problem doing. Conan in the front of the field here with Marco Mendez of the 4th place Core Motorsports Corvette shown just behind him, actually keeping up with him for the time being. got also showing up in the background, Daniel Galan and the Banzu Flow LMP. There he is, just sweeping past the fourth place car of Mendez and closing in on the class leader as they head into turns 14 and 15, or 15 and 16, pardon me, all three, 14, 15, and 16. And the back straight. Sweeping by. That's Rico Kohlmeyer in the Ronin SimSport Academy entry, running third in LMP2, just coming by. Let's pick him up for a few minutes. They're having a strong race there in the Ronin SimSport Academy. They have not made a huge impression in the championship so far, but they're running now. I'm not sure if it's the Ronin SimSport LMP2 or the Academy, but that's the team we show in 7th in the championship with 29 points. So some chance, if that's them, for them to improve this time. So it's another quiet time here, late in the race. Definitely following a few stories here, which is Banzu Flow's Banzu run through the field from 5th, hopefully to 4th, if they make it. They're about 28 seconds behind the Shawshank Racing VEC machine, who has a 1:49.2 as their last lap, whereas Banzu did a 1:48.9. Not a huge gain on that lap. But if I look, let's cut over to that machine. Yeah, Galan sweeping through turn 1 here. Now shown about 27 seconds behind. They got a long way to go, but I think they were probably another 20 seconds behind a little earlier, more like 50. If I'm not 50 seconds, that's the total. If I'm not mistaken, hopefully I'm remembering it. But these 4 cars running for second in the LMP2 class are all within basically a lap of each other, all on the same lap, all running lap 270 at the moment. We got it from Rico Kohlmeyer, who actually is getting ready to lap the Banzu car if he can do it. We got Alex Gal, who's now in for Bro Sim Racing. Got actually right now entering pit lane. You have Marcel Pollock in the 87 car, which is Shawshank Racing, and then Dan Galan, who is pushing it for Banzu Flow and passing the pit lane now, most likely taking over 4th place for the moment. So that's an interesting development. He's gotten close enough to overlap on the pit cycle. And Banzu Flow, in fact, did just pit 5 laps ago. So they are now probably in fourth for the majority of the time, except when that pit cycle goes off, which is a five lap interval between the two in their pit cycle. Looks like actually Ronan Simsport is the only one yet to pit. Ronan Simsport Academy. Here we are tracking them, and we'll see if they pit shortly. As they sweep past the Porsche Sport machine. Porsche Sport now showing 17 seconds behind Juncos still. So that's pretty much staying steady. And yes, he's into the pits. So that'll kind of conclude the cycle of pit stops for the LMP2s. And given the Bro Sim Racing not that far behind, we're going to see if they're able to come by. Here they come down the main straight. So yes, they're able to pull past and take the advantage over Ronan Simsport. That's an accomplishment there. They had fallen back quite a bit after some incident they had earlier in the race. I do just kind of love the overhead scenic shots here as we see the headlights breaking the darkness. All the campers are doubtless out partying, running around the campsite. When I was there was some guys on a bus tooling around the campground. And the bus had an open side, and these guys were standing out there performing with electric instruments on the side of the bus, dressed up as the Blues Brothers. It was just to die for. It was just hilarious and very entertaining. They just kind of made circles of the campground at like 2 miles an hour. There's a lot of parties going on at various campsites, loud music, people having a great time. It is Florida after all.
I'm still keeping an eye calling on the Porsche Sport Juncos, the trading laps at the moment. Next one lap Juncos will go faster, the next lap Porsche will go faster.
Okay.
And they're still very close together. Last lap for Juncos was 56.3, whereas Porsche Sports was at 56.2, so same very, very similar laps at this point in the race for these guys. So they're not really gaining any time, but we'll see how it goes later in the race.
Absolutely. Riding now with Marco Mendez in the Corvette. He is, with Core Motorsports, just about 7 seconds ahead of Team Slow Pace. So, again, they're trading laps, but on the last lap, Slow Pace did pick up a second. So, Jonas Wies at the wheel of the other Corvette, really hard at work there, trying to close that gap up. Fuga Sim Sport right now in the pits. for what must be a routine stop, it would appear. Here's Marius Danhausen exiting the pits with the lead of the race strongly in hand. 18 laps up on MJR at the moment.
It's interesting to think, Fuga, all the bad luck that they do tend to get. And it turns out this one so far, without putting a commentator's curse on it, obviously, but 18
yeah, be careful there, buddy.
18 laps ahead of MJR right now.
Yeah, they could have a couple of instances. They could probably almost blow an engine and still come out in the lead. I don't want to put that curse on them. I think it was round 3 where maybe round 2 where they ran into problems. And barely kind of recovered to win. Yeah, I think they had issues. I think it was Catalunya where they had kind of a disaster. They won round 1 at Le Mans, round 3 at Spa, and round 4 at the Ring. It was Catalunya where they were ahead, I think, by 5 laps. And then had a major incident with another car on the tight circuit there, and ended up spending about 10 laps in the pits.
Yeah, it was Barcelona. They had quite a big gap, and there was an incident in the GTEs as they was coming through the final sector, and they got involved and they got sent going full speed into the wall, unfortunately, for those guys in that race. Trying to think back, and I remember it quite well now.
Yes, it was memorable because we thought that race was on ice, buddy. That was one of those things, and I don't think that's going to happen again to them, no matter what we say. They're extremely skilled drivers, but we'll try not to put the commentator's curse on them.
Yeah, they're extremely skilled, and they're also being really careful. I think at this point in time, as obviously they're not really looking to push too hard from now on, so. They're just making sure they see this race with minimal incidents from here on out.
Sure. Now tracking Marco Morossi in the Leo Racing Team LMP2. He's running first in class there, sweeping through turn 1. So he's got 10 seconds on either side of him with GTEs. GTEs to the left of me, GTEs to the right. Here I am stuck in the middle. We're coming up to our last 20 minutes here on the broadcast for this stint of the broadcast. Thomas and I talking to you as we kind of make our way through this 12-hour event. been a pleasure. This is kind of the quiet part of the race, so we're looking for things to talk about and talking about a few things far afield from the action on the track, but enjoying it nonetheless.
Yeah, it's very, very interesting to watch these guys drive. And I want to sit back and just watch these guys. I'm enjoying sitting back and watching these guys. And even though we're at the point where there is nothing, no information to give you guys, such as crashes as such, but I'm rather enjoying it like this point at the moment, to be honest. Me personally, that is obviously, I don't know about everyone else, but
absolutely, nice to see folks having smooth races at this point. Let's take another look through the field. I'm looking at Venomworks Endurance. They're very close to somebody. Not so much. Thought I saw a 0.8 gap, but it must have been a little bit of an issue. I guess they've got the Shawshank car coming up behind them. So that's close. The Race Labs apps doesn't really distinguish ahead or behind very well. So Shawshank Racing about to overhaul the Venomworks car for another lap. Marcel kind of hunts down Ben Johnson, Venomworks car. So again, we may have a couple of brothers here, Josh and Ben Johnson. It's important that these guys bring the car home because they are leading in the championship. As soon as they kind of finish where they are, or running at the end of the race, they will win the championship. They're not uncompetitive. They just ran into trouble with a kind of a sixth lap repair at the beginning of the race. That was unfortunate. Tried the chopper over Marcel. So it looks like actually the Venomworks car is actually a little quicker than the Shawshank car at this point in the race. So Ben Johnson pulling out a little bit of a gap now, over a second, actually more like 2.8. So that's strong. He ran a 147.1 on the last lap, and Marcel ran a 148.6. So our wished for pass on track didn't happen. We probably missed the incident when possibly Ben may have passed the Shawshank car in the first place. Let's catch up with the front of the field here. Got Marco Morozzi in the Leo Racing car, LMP2. Then Alex Gal, who is about 50 seconds back in the Bro Sim Racing machine. Then Ronin Sim Sport Academy after that. Rico Kohlmeyer. Bansu Flow, who, as we said, was trying to catch up. They've cut the lead now to 45 seconds, it looks like. So not making a whole lot of headway there, fortunately for them. Both guys running mid-47. That said, Galan and the Banzu crew are ahead of Shawshank Racing by another 45 seconds. So teams starting to string out here inevitably, as they tend to do on these long endurance races. We definitely are aware, there could be more cars running today. We've talked about the reasons, the persistence of various teams. Only a very few teams were kind of dropped from the series due to driving standards. There was a number of other teams that made decisions not to continue for reasons of their own. We at Race Control cannot control everything. Unlike the real world, there's no contracts requiring drivers to appear, no enforceable agreements, only driver honor. We've detailed some of the learning curve we've experienced running the series. Professional stewarding is never easy, and that includes in professional life, in real life, as well as here in simulation. People get discouraged, and here, drivers can just walk away and quit. So that is what happens sometimes. That said, we appreciate everyone who's running the series. I would say, most everyone is welcome back. They're willing to, run with everybody and give other drivers respect and give the race organizers respect as we give it to them.
It's interesting to see Ronnie Sport are obviously still got the fastest lap right now with the GTEs, 55.421. Porsche Sport did just come back with a 55.917, and Junko's only done a 56.307. So it looks like the Porsche Sport team are looking to push on as much as possible to catch to the rear end of that Junko's Racing Esports team.
Sure, they're in striking distance. 18 seconds is really not that far over the course of the next, what is it going to be, 3+ hours that they've got left to make an imprint. Meanwhile, tracking Ben Johnson of Venomworks Endurance, who's just emerged from the pits after what looks like a routine stop. Working lap 275 of his race. Well, click it and let the AI figure out the most exciting action on the track to show you now over the next few minutes as we ride out the rest of our stint on the announce booth. Let us know if you have any questions about the race in chat, any questions about the race track, any comments or opinions to share. Thanks to Charles Bochelle for linking the live timing in chat. That's great.
I think you also need to turn on the timing tower.
Sure, we can turn that on. I was leaving it off for a little bit to get a little more space, but it's fine.
Yep.
So we have about 5 minutes until we're going to run another ad, and want to thank our supporters for today's session. Swindon Carer Center and Unified Potential, as all season long they've been here for us, helping us put on this series. It's been a great deal of fun. As we're watching right now, Ronin SimSport GTE in the lead of the race, hitting pit lane. We're going to do a quick recap of where we are with each of our classes. Right now, GTE is under the control of Ronin SimSport. They are multiple laps ahead of their competition. Right now, running lap 267 as they pit. 265 is where Juncos Racing is in second place. Although I believe Juncos has just pitted, and my standings have not yet updated, and we do have Porsche Sport in the lead in the second place for the moment. So that battle has been raging all race long. Also got a battle for fourth place between Team Slow Pace and Core Motorsports. Now Core Motorsports has fallen back also as they've just pitted. They have a new driver, Joao Fieo. Probably butchering the name. Sorry, guys. But that's the front end of the GTE field. Also got Century Sim Racing a few laps back, and SCCR Sim Sports also persisting into the night here at lovely Sebring. Thomas, you want to cover the LMP1?
Yeah, the LMP1 is, as it has been most of the race, Fuga SimSport taking the lead with MGR 18 laps behind for now. We'll see obviously how that evolves over the final 3 hours of the race. See if any issues come for Fuga and they maybe lose some laps, but if they run as they are, that gap's only going to grow for those guys.
Indeed. So as we move on, let's check into the LMP2 field. Marco Morosi of Leo Racing. Leo Racing, strong performing today, and in the lead of the race by about a minute and a half over Bro Sim Racing and Alex Gal, who's he's pushing that car to the limit as well, doing strong lap times. Those guys have been somewhat neck and neck. I think a few setbacks for Bro spell the difference. Ronin SimSport Academy running here in third place. So also having a strong run right now. Rico Kohlmeyer at the wheel. Dan Dillon right now piloting the Banzhou machine in fourth. With Shawshank Racing, Marcel Pollock in fifth. And Venomworks Endurance, final car, making up that field at the moment.
Yep, and I'll finish this out with the GTEs.
I did just go through them when we started. Sorry.
Oh, you did them in order. Okay.
I know it was a weird order, but it was because we were looking at Ronin taking the pit lane, and so I just took the moment to go through those GTEs. But yeah, I want to thank everybody for tuning in here today. We're having a great time covering the last round of the VEC Championship here at Sebring. 12 hours. We're going to jump into an ad right now, and we'll be right back in a moment with Charles Boschel, and it leaves to be Josh. Is that it, or you guys?
It'll be myself.
Thomas Cope and Charles. So I will say adieu till the final stint of the race, where we'll kind of all crowd in here for a big, exciting finish. See you in a couple minutes.
What if I come home and no one's through my front door? What if I come home and there's a mess everywhere? What if I come home and tears flood the floor?
understands the struggle and stress I shoulder. No one understands that I have the trials of someone much older.
No one understands why my homework's late, why my mascara's smudged, or why I'm not perfect.
No one understands why I can't have guests, why I miss school, or why I look like I need a rest.
No one likes the kid who's always behind. Nobody gets the effort needed to keep up. They mock and scorn with ignorance in their minds.
Everyone looks down on me. They think I'm quite odd. But in fairness, me crying is all they see.
But everyone really should look up to me. Having responsibilities bigger than imagined, not knowing my cared one is my priority.
Patience. If you give me the chance to say, patience is all I crave, and you'll come to understand that my pain is every day.
It's not my fault that I am left out of the group and that I always worry. No one knows the struggle and stress that we all carry.
The Swindon Carers Centre, we're here to support young carers to carry the weight of their caring role.
Someone is there for us to speak to. Someone understands what we all go through. To everyone at Swindon Carers, thank you.
Everybody has places to go, but not everyone has a way to get there. What if there were an easy way to get everybody where they need to be? What if there were one resource for all of the transportation needs in our community? What if we could move up to a better way to get people where they need to be? Welcome to a better way of getting around. With Move Up, all of your transportation options are in the palm of your hand with a mobile app that allows you to get where you want to go. Okay, there are lots of options for getting a ride, but this ride service is special because it offers answers to the collective needs of our community. Who needs a ride? Going to the airport or train station? Done. Need a lift to get some groceries, go to the bank or post office? Done. Need non-emergency medical transport to your doctor's appointment? Done. Need a ride for your child? Done. What if you want to take your dog or your bike with you? Done. You get the idea. But how does it work? There are basically 3 types of riders. Regular folks with no special needs, children and adults who need assistance, people who need to get somewhere but can't afford transportation. The people with no special needs can use Move Up just like they would a cab or a service like Uber or Lyft. Why choose Move Up? Because participation in the program helps support the overall community by keeping the drivers busy so the network can grow. Children and adults who need assistance can choose among the drivers who have been carefully screened to be able to handle non-emergency medical transport, assist with the elderly and handicapped, and to transport children with their parents' permission. People who need to get somewhere but can't afford transportation can enroll in one of the community programs that will pay for their ride. The driver gets paid just like with any other passenger. We can all move up to the next generation of ride-hailing and transportation if we all get involved. To learn how you can become a part of the solution, join MoveUpLynchburg.org today.
MoveUp is a local delivery management app that is completely free for you to use. It lets you choose your drivers, whether your own employees or others in the community. It lets you and your drivers decide on rates that are best for your customers, and those customers don't even have to download the app. MoveUp is easy to use. When a customer places their order and requests delivery, you enter the delivery information into your online system, and the system alerts drivers of their delivery order. You can track the complete status at a glance, and so can the customer. MoveUp's processing system is designed to protect you from liability and to minimize transaction fees. All of the money stays local. You keep all of the money from your sale, and the driver keeps all of the money from the delivery. It's easy to set up. In fact, you can be delivering the next day. MoveUp is the no commission connection to your customers. Find out more on our website.
And welcome back, as I am furiously trying to get my machine to load software. Charles Beauchelle back in with you, along with Thomas Cope, who is running the our camera software. We had a battle during the commercial break for, I think, third place overall in the GTE class, but I believe that battle is over for the time being, as Team Slow Pace, I believe is who it was, has pitted.
Yeah, we had nearly had a 5 for P3 with Team Slow Pace and Junkos. That would have been, but the moment Slow Pace got to the rear end of Junkos, it was time for pit stop for those guys, and they proceeded down the pit lane to do their scheduled pit stop.
Yeah, and I want to say congrats to Mike Epps for getting his issue sorted out. He was running for Porsche Sport and had a throughput issue, which is unfortunate because with the live share, that could have potentially caused a disqualification. But it looks like he has managed to get that squared away and is back in the race to try and get his part of the race in. So good to see for Porsche Sport, because we would hate, obviously, to have that be an issue at the end of the event.
Yeah, it's something obviously we talked about behind the scenes. It'd be unfortunate for if Porsche Sport were to lose out on the championship due to a disqualification from the first year of driver time. I know myself, I'd be very devastated for Porsche Sport, but I cannot be biased, unfortunately, but that is my views.
Right.
Let's have a little look at the Porsche Sport car getting passed by a couple of LMP2s. Still no fights on the track though. We need some teams to have some interesting fights.
Yeah, we talk about this every race, but the first couple hours is really exciting because all the cars are bunched up, battling for positions, and then you get in the lull in the middle of the race, which always is a problem. Because now you've got gaps between everybody, and there's always there's not much going on, and we're in that portion of the race right now with just about 3 hours left to go. So as we get closer to the end, based on what I've seen with pit strategy, I think that we'll have a couple of battles. I don't know how many, but we'll have a couple of battles on track for finishing positions. Obviously, there's still a lot up for grabs, just like I said, especially in the GTE class. We do have a battle up in the LMP2 category. Looks like that Rico Kohlmeyer for, I believe that's Ronin SimSport.
Yeah, Ronin SimSport and the Pro Sim Racing LMP2.
Yep.
Just separated by just 2 seconds, so this is our closest fight on track. So it'd be interesting to see if Pro Sim Racing can make up that time and get to the rear end, for instance. But
and as we talk about it, the battle's over again because Ronan is in the pits.
Yeah, sometimes I really question. I think they're listening to us and making it boring on purpose. Sometimes.
You think so? I doubt that. I think they've got better things to do than listen to us talk about them battling with other cars. I mean, especially the driver, and the driver's usually the one that's going to make the final decision on whether or not he's coming into the pits or not. And Ronan's car, the LMP car, is serviced, and they're heading out of the pits. So we see Porsche Sport. I'm looking at Porsche Sport. They're actually on pit road now. And they had just completed their service, so they're just coming out of the pits. And that has dropped them down to P3 in class. Yeah, no, I heard you and Colin earlier talking about MJR, and I have to do the same. I have to give my hats off to them for their perseverance and sticking out the race, even though they're 18 laps behind Fuga with the damage they had to get repaired. So but it's still good to see them out there still turning laps and finishing the race as best they can.
Yeah, obviously it can take a good toll on a driver, just knowing there's not really much you can do when a guy's team is just so, I want to say dominant, but I think
exactly.
They're just, there's something there that's causing this. I don't know, but Fuga obviously just 18 laps, and I know personally if I was MJ, I would want to quit and just give up straight away, but I've got to really take my hat off for those guys. Like, they're doing more than I would do. So really congrats to MGR and keeping in it.
I think it just goes to show, I think all of our competitors out here today, all the teams that are out battling today are here because they want to be here, they want to compete, they want to race. Whether there's a championship on the line for them or whether there's not, they still want to go out and give their best, because in the end, you can still come out of this with a race win, even though you may not have the best team on the track. You're still going to try and compete. Sometimes it's more about competing against yourself than it is about anybody else. So you want to go out and give your best every time you get out on the track.
Yeah, and MJ are doing that exactly, and just coming out doing 100% of what they can do. Obviously, they've done some good laps, and
absolutely.
A few little instances from their own little doing of running wide and getting into the wall. A little bit unfortunate for those guys, but at least they're still putting out 100% even after those situations, and still doing what they can do.
I mean, looking at the qualifying time, they were almost 2 seconds slower than Fuga. But in the race, their fast lap is only just a little over 1 second off of Fuga's fast lap. And we talked about this earlier, Josh and I, when you've got three drivers who have the three fastest times in iRacing in a car on a track, if you're within 1 second of them, that's a pretty big accomplishment.
Yeah, maybe not a lot of people know those facts, but yeah, Fuga's drivers are all in the fastest lap times of the iRacing World Records for the LMP1. So Patrick Pelchat holds the majority of them for the tracks we have actually run this season, such as Lamont.
Right. Well, it was actually, we talked, as Patrick wasn't did not have the record at Le Mans. That was Loki Brown, who was with Indy Autosport. So to have those two guys who obviously are pretty dominant when they get behind the wheel of the LP1 running races for us this year has been pretty special. And Pat's been really good to chat with, and the team's been rock solid. They've made very few mistakes over the course of the season, which is what you need when you're trying to win championships.
So it'd be interesting to see if they can make up that time and get back towards the Juncos Racing Team.
Watching Fuga just past Juncos.
You also coming to the pits this lap. We see him currently coming down the pit lane with Marius Danhausen behind him.
So we'll say as of right now, the team for Porsche Sport drivers, all their drivers have met fair share. Obviously, that number changes the more laps we get into the event. But as of right now, Mike has done enough laps to satisfy the fair share for his team. So that's very good to see.
Yeah, it's good to see that they pushed above, sorted the situation out and been able to help Mike get his PC back up and running. Obviously back behind the wheel and completing those laps for his team.
Yeah, absolutely. So as I'm looking through the incident counts for the teams, Porsche Sport's still the lowest incident count at 1. It's amazing. Ronin SimSport LMP is at 3. Team Slow Pace is at 4. Venom Works Endurance is at 5, as well as Ronin SimSport GTE. Fuga is at 8. Leo Racing is at 11. Core Motorsports is at 13. Juncos is at 21. Shawshanks at 22, as well as Banzu RX Flow. Century Sim Racing is at 25. Bro Sim Racing is at 30. MJR at 31. And SCCR is at 32. I don't think there's anybody that is in danger of having drive-throughs at this point. So I think everybody's looking pretty good.
It's interesting in there you mentioned VenomWorks Endurance as one of the lowest high-rated teams.
Mm-hmm.
Interesting, even though they had that incident, obviously, at the start of the race, putting them 5 laps down right off the get-set go. Unfortunately, those guys. And we look at them, go to them now with Benjamin Johnson behind them. 3 laps down from the leader of their class right now. So somewhere in all of the time we have raced so far, in the 9 hours, they've made up 2 laps.
Yeah, they've been pretty impressive. I guess Yeli Hooglin started the race. I'm not really sure, but he is the only one of those 4 drivers that have driven for VenomWorks that has incident points. He has all 5, and the other 3 drivers have 0 each. So they've had a after the start, they've had a pretty magnificent race going forward.
I would hate to even say that if it weren't for that start, they might even be on 0/ maybe even 1x.
Yep, I have to agree with that. They may have had to take, had they not got caught up in the incident, they may have had to take evasive action, which might have cost them an off track. But otherwise, they ran a pretty flawless race. I mean, that's the unfortunate that we had the incident on lap 1. Not necessarily unexpected, but it's unfortunate that occurred. So, yeah, like I said, otherwise they've ran. It's been pretty flawless since then.
The main I'm noticing is they're not actually setting the fastest lap. Like, I'm looking down the data. Their fastest lap is one of the slowest in class right now. They've set 46.4, and the fastest is from the Leo Racing Team right now, which is a 45.5. Actually, I correct that. For Sim Racing, I've done a 45.2. But they consistently at the moment are setting 47 lap times, and all the other teams are in the 48 mids. The only two teams that are faster than Venomworks right now are Alex Scout and Marco Moronzi in the Pro Sim Racing and Leo Racing Team, who are consistently doing 46-second lap times, or 1 minute 46-second lap times. So Venner and Johnson in that Venomworks car really showing that car still has some pace.
Absolutely.
And sticking on the pace of the leader right now, really helping those guys out in catching the back end of that LMP2 field again.
I noticed that the gap between Montero for Juncos and Mike Epps of Porsche Sport. It's like the gap's about 8 seconds. Is that right? Yep. So 8 seconds. So that battle may tighten up a little further. I'm not sure what. Let's see if we can see what kind of pit strategies these guys are running here. So Porsche Sports' last pit was just a few laps ago. We talked about it. It was lap 273. They're running lap 278. And the last pit for Juncos was lap 265. So they're in the mid part of their stint, about 13 laps in. And these are about a 30-lap stints for the Porsches, just from personal experience, 29 to 30 laps, which is what we did last week in our race.
Yeah, so the push typically lasts just under an hour, about 55, 56 minutes, maybe to an hour if they're running a higher engine mode and trying to save a bit of fuel and coast.
So we'll have to keep an eye on that gap and see if it comes down any. As of right now, it's holding pretty steady at right at 8 seconds.
Yeah, on my timing screen, I'm actually seeing that Michael Epps and Ezekiel Montero in the Juncos and Porsche Sport team did set pretty much the exact same laps last time around. I'm going to double check.
Yeah, down to the hundredth of a second.
Yeah, both of them setting a 56.89 on the last lap. So
let's see.
I think we said this one earlier about two of the Porsche drivers, but two peas in a pod.
Right. So, yeah. So Epps for Porsche Sport 56.890. Montero for Juncos 56.893. So 3 milliseconds difference.
think these two teams would, or drivers, I should say, maybe even teams, could put on a really good show here towards the end of the race. Maybe if we see a mistake from the Junkers racing team to allow the Porsche Sport to catch up, we can see a nice big battle coming along. And again, we see lap times just coming in. Mike Epps just did a 56.45, and Ezekiel and Tara did a 56.56. So saying very similar lap times right now of these two teams.
Definitely, I think we talked about this. Josh and I talked about this earlier. I think for the GT classes, the same car makes tend to find each other on the track, and they'll end up running nose to tail more often than not. We saw it with the three Porsches that are at the top and the two Corvettes of slow pace and core. They just always tend to end up finding themselves on the track. And I think we've seen that over the course of the season also.
Yeah, it just shows how much time and effort and practice these guys put into the cars in practicing for events. And obviously, a lot of practice time for these drivers have gone into it in terms of doing the 12 hours of Sebring last weekend as well. And it's really showing here that some of the GT drivers are really saying some really good consistent lap times. And as we've been highlighting the Porsche Sport and Junkers fight, Ezekiel hits a 56.6 and Michael Epps hits a 56.78. So still being very consistent in the 56 right now of these two teams.
Kind of reviewing, I saw an off-track / crash on timing and scoring. Nathan Healy of SCCR. Just want to kind of review that real quick.
Yeah,
no, it's fine. It's just looks like it was just an off-track in the hairpin. Yeah, just he cut it a little shallow, kicked up some dirt.
I just got the rear end turned around a little bit, and being a little bit happy and turning on him. Yeah, keeps it nice and out of the wall, keeps it going. So good job by Nathan in that car. I know they've been having a lot of issues in that SCCR car, so it's nice to see them having a good issue in this term and keeping it away from the wall this time around.
Absolutely.
All four wheels pointing in the right direction. That's what we'd like to see.
Yeah. Yeah, and all the metals still configured the same way, which is always good. So it looks like the gap between Montero for Juncos and Epps for Porsche Sport has came down about a second. So Epps is chipping away, not really making great progress, but he was about a half second faster the last lap. So once again, we're just kind of keeping an eye on things. Not really any major battles going on. That one will be... that was important because I think that that further solidifies Porsche Sport's lead in the championship points which is always good, right? So you don't want really a lot of you don't want to make it as tight as it has to be. You just want to give yourself as much of a gap as you can.
Yeah, like you said, push, but slowly chipping away at that time delta to Juncos, and obviously still got just over 2.5 hours remaining. So if they keep chipping away at that rate, about half a second a lap, or maybe a little less, I think they should get there to the rear bumper of Juncos just before the end of the race.
Right, and we'll see, because obviously we said earlier that in about 10 laps or so, I think that Junco should be coming in for their pit stop, and then Porsche Sport should have some open air to set some fast lap times on low fuel, and which may make that gap come down even faster.
Yeah, it'd be interesting to see if and even take tires as well, or if they're going to save and do another double stint on the tires. And
right, and so, yeah, this is the best time. This is the time that you want to try things like that. With the track cool, the track temp's now down to 23, which is probably as low as it's going to get. The air temp's 22, so those have pretty much equalized. So we shouldn't see any very little reduction in track temp from this point forward. So at 23 degrees, the double stint should be fairly easy to make with the Porsche. It's usually pretty good on tires with a good setup underneath it, and I'm sure these guys have got a setup that's very good for them and for their drivers. I'm sure they spend a lot of time prepping setups for their cars for events like this. They're not. I don't think they're running baseline, is what I'm trying to say.
The baseline warriors. It would be interesting to find out if by the off chance any teams were mistakenly running the baseline setups. I know from past experiences, it is very easy to forget to put a setup on and go out, and as soon as you start the race, you can't change the setup, unfortunately. So it would be interesting to.
Yeah, I've done that once or twice. I don't think I've ever said it. I don't think I've ever ran. Well, I take that back. I probably have. I was going to say, I don't think I've ever ran the baseline if I had a setup that I'd paid for, but I probably have. But normally I'll run a setup from a different track, and that usually is my downfall if I do something like that. The Watkins Glen setup is great, but it doesn't work well on Spa. You know what I mean?
It's
so
like,
we had
running a setup from a go-kart track like Tsukuba on a track like Le Mans.
Right, yeah, that usually doesn't play well. See Nathan Healy with another off. I think he just went deep in one of the corners to allow a car to another GTE to lap him. I think I was watching that live when it happened.
You actually just see the instant I went back and reviewed it on my sim. We are actually going to go and see it because it's a nice recovery, if you ask me personally. He does, like you say, he does go a little bit deep to allow the Team Slow Pace Corvette by, also with a bit of a
big lockup. Yep.
But getting back going.
Oh.
Some big grass and nicely recovered.
That was nice.
In the middle of the track, in front of the Venom Works LMP2, I believe that is.
Yeah.
But it's a nice spin around to get back going again for those guys.
Right. I'm not sure if that can. I don't know if that counts. And I'm not a steward right now, so I don't have any say. I don't know if that counts as an unsafe rejoin or not when you're sitting in the middle of the track. It may not be the best move, but at least he had time to get the spin done and rolling in the proper direction before the LMPs came up. So that was good on him.
If you ask me, it was very nice and controlled. He actually, he gave it enough throttle to get it pointing in the right direction and get going again. Didn't over throttle, he didn't overspin it. Got it nice and perfectly straight, and then got going again nice and steadily. So if you ask me, it was a nice bit of control in the middle of the track there from Nathan Healy. Got to give him all the good comments where we can.
Absolutely.
As SCCR team, 14 laps down, but they're doing the best they can. It's another team like the MJR. They're doing 100%. And
that's right. And I know, just from talking with John earlier, I know they're having fun while they're doing it, right? So I know they're having a good time, and they're competing to the best of their ability. They're not the highest rated I-rated racers we have in the series, so they're running what I think are, pretty good lap times based on what I've seen. When they're running good clean laps, so I'm not going to complain. We always try and look for the positives in all these races. Unfortunately, we have to talk about the negatives also, but we like picking these guys up when they're actually doing a good job out there on the track.
Yeah, that's something I can actually put onto the stream right now. I thought I could actually, if you get. Am I correct in showing that one? I think we can actually see the driver's iRating. I'm trying to work it out and see if it's showing. I don't know if it's showing the actual iRating. I believe it is. But yeah, the SCCR team, I can't tell you either way. The SCCR team is driving Nathan Healy right now, who's in the car. He's a 1.6k driver.
Right.
And just in comparison, Conan Byrne, who's in the lead with the Ronin Simsport GT team, is a 3.2. And Ezekiel Montero and Michael Epps, who's very closely behind, like in front in this case, is a 5.2 and a 5.4k driver.
There you go. So, I know, looking up a couple of the drivers earlier, we've got a lot of 2 to 2.5k drivers in the series that are competing with guys that are, I guess, if you want, I don't want to say twice their skill level, but twice their I rating, which generally equates to faster drivers. And you normally see that. So, TC and I both run for our team, and TC's about a 4.3, and I'm about a 1.5. And he's much faster than I am. So that's kind of how that works. So my goal is always get as close to him as I can. So, and then wreck him if I can do that also, especially in practice. But that's just us. That's just how we do things. We have a good time. But, when it's time to race, we race, and we race hard.
Yeah, I think that's a nice mentality to be able to take, like, know where you can have fun, know where you can, where you need to focus. And obviously we all obviously do that within the team, and you probably got that throughout all the teams, really, knowing the right times where you need to be focused and doing the right stuff.
I just watched a nice piece of late braking by Jonas Weiss of Team Slow Pace as he was being overtaken by Fuga going into the hairpin, and and they were a little, I guess, I don't know if lax is the right word, but they were a little slower than Jonas was expecting. Had to do a lot of late and heavy trail braking to get the car slowed down to keep from rear-ending Fuga. So it was a good job by Jonas.
Yeah, I don't know if a lot of people probably do know, but the GTEs are very difficult in terms of braking. Not like the GT3s and stuff like that. They don't have ABS, so they're a lot easier to lock up if you brake a little bit too much. And obviously, Jonas Weiss really knows that braking point for the Corvette that he's driving, in terms of being able to brake it to the or brake after max.
Yeah, it was a good job by him for sure. So looking back at the gap between Juncos and Porsche Sport is now a little over 6 seconds. So upset for Porsche Sport, still chipping away. And then let's see, lap 341, Juncos should be coming in. Take a look again. I'm trying to remember the last lap they pitted. .265, so we should be seeing them. They're in lap 288 now, so within the next 6 or 7 laps, we should be seeing them come in for their pit stop.
Yeah, if we look up ahead of the Porsche Sport car, when we get a chance, you can actually just see the rear headlights of the Porsche in front of Juncos Racing with Ezekiel behind the wheel. Just every now and again, obviously 6 seconds between those two guys right now. So a very close battle in comparison to all the other battles on track right now.
Right.
Other than the closeness between these two drivers right now, the other close one is for P4 in the LMP2s. We have Banzu on the rear end of Shawshank with a gap of 10 seconds.
Yeah, Marcel Pollock for Banzu. Is that Banzu? Is that correct?
Yes.
And Pablo Prado.
Or is it the other way around? Might be the other way around. Marcel for Shawshank.
Okay.
Pablo for Banzu. But yeah.
Yeah, that's what I thought. I'm sitting watching from my my software, watching Porsche Sport. They were both on the back stretch at the same time, them and Juncos. So definitely tightening that gap up. So the gap is from the start-finish line to the turn-in for turn 1 is the gap between those two cars, to give you some to give you an idea of what 5.5 seconds is on the track.
It's also Core Motorsports behind the Porsche Sport car with my cars behind the wheel right now. Those guys sitting in P5, but a lap down from these guys, unfortunately. Or I believe they're a lap down. As we can see, the gap from Porsche Sport to the Juncos ever so slightly coming down. Sitting at 5.5 seconds right now, just under. Mike App's really pushing that car to its limits right now in terms of catching up to Juncos. But Juncos, as we know, will be coming in very shortly, taking that earlier stop over the Porsche Sport car. We're not going to jump to this one, but SCCR really having some fun there. Just gonna look on my own sim, just a little moment, rear end stepping out of him and saving it nicely straight away. No spin or anything, just a bit of smoke on track.
Yeah, we don't mind a little smoke on track as long as there's no carnage to go with it. Yeah, I'm going to give a shout out for Core Motorsports. It's they're in the process of tracking down Porsche Sport. I think what you said was they're lapped down to that car, but he's behind him on track, and it's Joao Fialho, and is doing a really good job driving some really clean lines, trying to get the most out of that Corvette that he can.
Now, I'm happy you pronounce that name.
Yeah, that's I don't speak Portuguese, and our buddy Vitor is not here. I'm sure he would do a much better job than I would. But I think I at least have heard the name Joao enough to at least get it close. The last name is just a guess on my part. So
a lot closer than what I would have said without it. But now I can't comment because you've said that. Now I'll say that. I won't say what I would have said.
Hey, as long as we're consistent, right?
We're just watching Core Motorsports and some of the clean, smooth lines they are taking on track right now. As you can see, the Porsche Sport car just ahead. How many fights going in the gap? It has come down to 4.7 seconds.
It'd be interesting as Juncos has got some lappers coming around, how well they deal with that. That's going to cost them any time through the fairly tight section in the middle part of the race course. Going in through Cunningham and into Tower is not the place that you want to have traffic that you've got to be aware of. He may have lost a couple of tenths during that whole exchange, but I think he did a good job otherwise.
Yeah, I've got to agree there. I really think it really made that time loss as little as possible. Mike Alps in that push spot, only gaining not even half a second during all of that.
As you've got Juncos pulled up on the screen for the timing and scoring monitor, I've got Porsche Sport pulled up on my personal sim, so I'm kind of watching their race lines, and Epps is really pushing that car. He's getting every inch of track that he can get to try and make that time up. And a little dirt on top of that.
It won't be very long now until we see Juncos making their way into pits. Juncos' last pit lap was 2:65.
Right, so yep, should be in a couple of laps.
I'd say within the next 3 laps we'll see Juncos diving down into pits. Probably for those guys, they'll probably want to do it before the push sport car gets onto their rear end and maybe holds them up a little bit more.
Yeah, I think if I were Porsche Sport, and then I would try to get to them as quickly as I could, and maybe if I could find a way to maybe box them from keep them to the outside, make them have to work to get to the pit entry. I think I would try that, but they still got about 3.5 seconds to try and make up on track before they're able to do that. So they don't have a lot of time to get to that point. Maybe, like I said, I think what you said, 2 or 3 laps, I think is probably going to be the most that Juncos is going to be able to run without having to come into the pits.
Yeah, let's see. Juncos have, or Porsche Sport, I should say, have an extra 8 laps of fuel over the Juncos team, as Porsche Sport did pick up 8 laps later in the last sequence.
A little bit of smoke in the hairpin.
From the SCCR car, I believe it was. Juncos did run a nice line. I believe it was just some leftover smoke from the local prime firm, I believe.
I think Nathan's having a learning experience out there tonight in the dark, trying to find the good breaking point for the hairpin for that Corvette.
Yeah, these nighttime driving is never an easy task. I mean, obviously, a lot of people might know through iRacing, the next bigger event is Nürburgring 24. And obviously, that's going to be a 24-hour race. So that's going to be fun in darkness like this. And
because the Nürburgring track is really just basically, with the exception of the area around the pit complex and the paddock area, it's basically public roads. So you're not going to get a lot of ambient light out there. So I can imagine that's going to be an experience for all of us, especially, for guys like me. It's going to be my first 24-hour race at Nürburgring. So I'm looking forward to it, but I'm also very. I haven't started really stressing about it yet, but I'm sure that I will. The closer we get to it, about being able to not be the guy who kills the car for my team, I think is how we always say it, right?
Yeah. As we do see, the Juncos Racing have come down the pits, and I believe they have also done a driver swap. As we do see Bruno Bonnavari jump into the car. So it'll be interesting. Is that his first time in the stint?
Oh no, he was in there earlier when Josh and I were on the broadcast.
That'd be why I don't recognize the name.
Yeah, Bruno Bonnavari. So yep, he's getting in the car, and he'll take the next stint. He's actually pretty quick, so he was running some really, really good lap times. He was up there with Josh Cam for Porsche Sport. Was running really, really consistent, fast lap times, even in the heat. So it's going to be interesting to see what he does now that the track's cooled off.
Yeah, what will be more interesting is on strategy. I know I've seen a couple of teams have been doing drivers for 3 or 4 hours at a time. And it'd be interesting to see if Ronin, having 2 and a bit hours remaining in the race, if they double stint Bruno and a little bit extra to see him through to the end of the race.
Yeah, with about 2 hours left, it wouldn't surprise me that he's in the car for the remainder of the race. They did take tires that last pit stop. I did go back and check that. So he could very well double stint this and just run the rest of the race on this set of tires, and finish up for Juncos and see if he can get that car up on the podium again.
Yeah, with the averages for the Porsche, it'd be about two full fuel stints and about a splash and dash for roughly 20 or 15 minutes worth of fuel.
So somewhere between 7 to 10 laps.
Yeah.
So about a third of a stint, maybe.
Yeah, roughly, yeah. as we keep an eye on Porsche, it'll be interesting to see how much longer they wait to come down the pits now, as in theory they are being given the back foot a little bit in terms of pitting later, but it's also the front foot in terms of they don't have to splash and dash maybe as much as the Juncos team will do.
So the gap between those two looks to be about 78 seconds. So it's a minute and 18. So we've got about another, I think what we said 8 to 10 laps, 8 laps for Porsche Sport before we have to come pit for fuel. So we'll watch that gap and see how much it changes as the Porsche Sport car is now on light fuel, older tires versus new tires and fully packed for Juncos. And then we'll watch the Porsche Sport pit to see if they can make up ground before and during the pit stop.
Yeah, it'd be interesting to see who comes out on top over these two teams of Porsche and Juncos right now when Porsche comes into bits.
And give a little shout out to looks like Ronan Simsport just came in and pitted also. Conan Wern in the car for them, still leading the GTE class.
Yeah, Ronan Simsport also taking a new set of fresh tyres, so I believe they'll probably want to double stint these set of tyres and I'll see them through to the end of the race. Nice and comfortable.
Yeah, I think that's the call at this point. Good, cool track. So that, yeah, I think most people will be getting fresh tires on this stop and then pitting and taking fuel only the next stop if they can get away with it. So just to recap the other classes, we're mainly watching the battle with GTEs. Fuga still the overall leader, MJR in P2. Leo Racing Teams leading the LMP2 category, BroSim Racing in second, Ronan Simsport Academy in third, Banzu RX Flow in fourth, Shawshank Racing in fifth, and VenomWorks Endurance in P6.
Yeah, just a little moment on MGR. They are 20 laps down, but just this little moment for those guys as they're coming towards the tower sector, going in a little bit too hot, getting on the grass, and also getting turned around a little bit. I believe that is also in front of Juncos, so maybe making Juncos lose a little bit of time as they maybe get out of the gas so they don't run into the spinning MJR Racing Team LMP1.
Yeah, I noticed. It looks like the marbles are starting to build up in that corner a lot too. So he may have just got offline a bit too much, and which doesn't help. those tires, trying to grip going through a fairly quick corner, at least a very sharp corner at Tower.
MJR also are on very fresh tires, only 3 laps old, so could still be quite cool at this point, given the cool track conditions that we have here today, right now.
Yeah, getting the tires warmed up may be a problem. I agree with that. So it looks like it did cost Juncos a little bit of time. Looks like maybe less than a second. They're making up time to Weiss in P3, but they are not making up any time to Epps in P2 for Porsche Sport. So Porsche Sport last came in at lap 272. They're currently serving lap 298. So probably 3 laps before they come in for their pit stop. 3 to 4.
Yeah, we'll be sure to keep an eye on that and see what they do in the pit stop, if they take tires and if they maybe lose time to Juncos and go behind them again. Porsche Sport are currently on 1 stint old tires, so it would be interesting if they maybe take tires this time. Don't take tires this time round, and take fresher tires for the final stint in a bit towards the end of the race.
Yeah, there's different ways to play that, so we'll just have to wait and see what they do. I think, me personally, I guess it depends on what they did last pit stop. If they took tires last pit stop, obviously I think you're right. I think you'd want to see if you can make them stretch, but
I know it was mentioned in chat earlier in the race, and I've just clicked onto it now, and I can give you a little bit of an update. I'd like to give a shout out to Porsche Sport also. So they're doubling races today, as there is a Creventic Endurance Series, which is also a 12-hour race at Spa.
Mm-hmm.
Porsche Sport are currently P1 in the GT4 class.
That's pretty amazing.
In their top split right now. So Porsche Sport obviously set P1 and P2 currently. But it'll be interesting to see how that goes for those guys in the Creventic Series. Obviously, we'll
that is
down again.
Yeah, I was looking at that earlier as I was in the race control. Just had a streamer pulled up, was watching. That Creventic series looks pretty tough. I think, if I saw correctly, that 50X was the incident limit for a 12-hour race at Spa, which sounds like it's not doable, at least to me. But so I thought that was a very interesting, a very challenging goal to try and meet, is to keep your car under 50X for a 12-hour race at a track that's notorious for giving you X's for seemingly no reason.
As we do keep staying with Porsche Sport, just waiting to see when they come into the pits, as they are currently still out on track. Be interesting to see. I think this may be the lot for them to come in. We're not going to count you. I do see Team Slow Pace are in the pit lane. taking this little pit stop. I don't doubt that we will see the Junker Racing team pass those guys for position. We're just waiting to see if the Porsche Sport will stay in front or drop down the position behind Juncos and have the fight all over again.
I just checked, and Porsche Sport did not take tires on their last pit stop. So I would assume they're going to take tires on this one. I can't see them. I mean, they could triple it, but I think that's pushing the limits of the tire for this track. At least in my experience. Obviously, I think they're better drivers than me, so I don't know. But looks like nope. I just took a really tight entry through Sunset or exit through Sunset. Thought they might be pitting that lap, but they're not. They're staying out.
As we also see a driver change for the Team Slow Pace car, Emil Running is jumping back behind that wheel to do some fast laps towards the end of this race. As we are in that sort of point where we'd see teams put in their faster drivers and maybe finish out the race from here on out without any issues. Obviously, we saw Mike Epps originally have a big issue earlier in the race through putting and maybe causing a bit of havoc for the Porsche Sport team. Including Mike Epps able to get behind the wheel again and sort the driver share situation all out and put it under control.
Yep, I checked, and as far as I could see, everybody has met driver share. So I think everybody's good to go as far as that's concerned. So we shouldn't have any disqualifications for that after the race. It's always good to see. Yep, so the gap between Epps and Bonaviri is a minute 18. So the time that he may have lost for the spinning LMP car, it looks like he's managed to make up. So it's just going to be a matter of what kind of time the Porsche Sport guys can set in their pit stop.
Yeah, and when we're taking tires, we're looking at the pit time to be about 1:30, which would obviously put them behind 10 seconds. But maybe Pushable might put Josh Cam back in the car and have the faster driver just for the end of the season. In my opinion, I know I would put the faster driver, which I believe would be Josh Cam for those guys.
I think that's right. I think Josh is the faster of the drivers.
But yeah, it'd be interesting to see what Pushable do. Obviously, didn't come into the pits this lap, so we should. In my opinion, I think we will be seeing them come into their pits this time around.
I think you're right. So we'll keep an eye out and watch. We've kind of been targeting them for the last few laps, so we'll keep with them, and we'll see how this shakes out as they come down the straight into the hairpin. I will say Epps has done a really good job during his stint. He's kept the car clean. Ran some really consistent lap times. It's all pretty much 56s across the board. As they sweep through Le Mans down Almond Straight.
This is where we'll see Mike maybe set up the car in a good position, run a little wider on the entry to set the car up nicely for a pit entry. Let's see what he does. He does run quite wide, not far off the usual line now.
And here he comes into the pits.
Here we go, we do see the push car coming into the pit, so let's keep on this and see how the pit goes for these guys and where they come out in the end.
TC, I believe you called it. Ryan Parkins is actually coming back into the car and probably finish the race.
Yeah, Ryan Parkins was setting some good laps earlier in the race. I mean, if I was putting the fastest driver in, it wouldn't. I mean, maybe Ryan is faster. Maybe it was just a little bit of an off stint for Ryan. Maybe I don't know.
I think between Josh and Ryan, I think Josh is the faster. He may not be the faster driver overall, but I think he was the faster driver here based on the times. I think Ryan was a little off, but we'll see what he does that was in the heat of the day. So maybe in the cooler temperatures, he can set some really quick lap times. But they are taking tires. They did do the driver change. So now it's just getting the service finished and getting back out on the track.
As Bruno does come round the final turn. This is Bruno coming down the straight now. They will get ahead, and this is going to be very close. They are coming out of very similar time.
I see. Well, I just saw Bruno go through into turn 1, and here comes Ryan out of the pits as he works his way back to try and get back up to speed. The gap still sorting itself out. It looks like it's about 5.5 seconds.
So it seems to be.
Of course, Ryan's on cool tire. So we'll have to wait to see. The key is going to be how fast he can get these tires warmed up and see if he can keep from losing too much time as he gets past going down the straight into the hairpin. So gap is now up to 6 and 6.3.
Yeah, it'd be interesting to see now. Obviously, Porsche, they have lost out a little bit. In terms of track position, they were 3 seconds behind when the pit cycle started, but obviously Junker's taking that early pit stop and managed to get in and out a lot quicker than the Porsche team.
Right.
So they've found 3 seconds within that pit stop somewhere. Maybe it was Bruno coming in and maybe being a little bit faster than what Mike was doing and getting that 3 seconds on them. But as you see Ryan in here now, we'll keep a close eye behind the scenes, but we'll have a look through the rest of the field as we have been watching this GT battle for quite some time.
Right.
So we are going to jump up with the lead of the LMP2s right now. We do have Michel Sangel, if I'm saying that right, in the Lear Racing Team car with a nice healthy gap, 45 seconds back to Bro Sim Racing right now. But Bro Sim Racing do have Alex Gal in the car, their fastest driver, I believe that would be.
I think you're correct.
I mean, we can't really say it. We believe we know we're right, but you never know you're right.
Right.
But yeah, from our opinion, we believe Alex Gal being their fastest driver is definitely going to see out the rest of this race and see if he can maybe make up that time to Lear Racing and get a good P1 for those guys. But starting from the back of the field, obviously we know we haven't got the massive field today, but still starting from the back of the field, getting into P2 as it stands. Really
anytime you can go from the back to the front, you've done something. In P3 is Shinya Michimi. That is the Ronin Sim Sport Academy LMP car.
Yeah, and they have a nice healthy gap as well over Pablo Prado in the Banzu RX Flow WT car of 1 minute and 8 seconds. So nice little gap there to those guys. And then behind Pablo is Masal Paulik with another gap of about 1 minute 18 and 1 minute 17.
Yeah, and in 6th place is JPW Ringwood in the Venom Works Endurance car, still plugging away. They are 4 laps down to Shawshank, who is in P5. So, but they're still out there running their laps. They have obviously passed 3 cars on track, or 2 cars on track and 1 car. And I don't know if you mentioned this earlier about FFW Kislenko having team management problems and weren't unable to get their drivers set up properly and could not race today. And I really hate that, because it's one of those that you want every car out, every team out there that can make it. I feel bad, but iRacing is, as far as their registration rules are pretty strict. There's not a lot of room for. There's very few. Or there's no room for any errors. So if you don't set up the registration and your team doesn't get registered properly, you're pretty much out of luck at that point.
Yeah, no, we didn't cover the situation earlier, and it's a good job you cover it now, or else we would have forgotten about it. It's just unfortunate for FFW because the whole situation of not being able to start the race. There's not much on our end, being in our lead. There's not much we could really do, but unfortunately, those guys just unable to start the race for the final time.
Yeah, it's a very sad situation because obviously we like having all of our teams in, and we did a lot of work behind the scenes to try and resolve it. But once again, I mean, iRacing is, if you're not familiar with how the team registration works, if you don't do it properly and you register the wrong way, that's it. You can't unregister and re-register as another one once you're in the session. So it just it's one of those unfortunate incidents that happens, and you just kind of learn from it and go for the next time. So it looks like the gap is about 10.5 seconds in that battle we were looking at between Yukos and Horse of Sport. Bonaviri managing to stretch that lead out over Ryan Parkins.
Seconds now.
Yep, I'm looking at the gap between Machimi in P3 in the LMP class and Blanco in P4 is now 1.5 seconds. Is that right? What I'm seeing, or is it?
I believe.
No, I think it's. I'm sorry, it's Blanco back to Pollock. Try that one.
That might be about right. There we go. Yeah.
Yep.
Banzu already flowed. They were behind Shawshank. I believe that is recently of Banzu just overtaking Shawshank, maybe. Maybe I think. Yeah, so Blanco did actually pass Marcel Pollock in the pits already.
It looks like Pollock's trying to return the favor on the track. His gap's now under 1 second.
Yeah, so we did see Banzu already flow last pitted on lap 329, and Shawshank pitted on lap 313. there's a bit of a gap between those two teams in terms of pits. There's still a fight on track either way, a battle for position, so it'll be interesting to see how this shapes out, as I'm also looking at the background. Bruno is still stretching out that gap. He's now got 12 seconds over Ryan Parkins in that Porsche Sport car currently, so
yeah, looks like we got one of our LMP cars is interjecting itself into the middle of it.
That's Patrick Palchap.
Fuga.
Ferguson Sport cars, he swoops around the outside though. That's what we think. But yeah, Bruno just slowly stretching out that gap. I don't think Ryan Parkins has quite got up to speed yet. But yeah, he's slowly been dropping back. He's now 13.5 seconds. But we'll still keep an eye out. Maybe we'll see the pace from Ryan pick up slowly throughout the stint here.
So I'm seeing that SCCR is in the pits now. John Salmon we're doing a driver change. John Salmon's getting back in the car. He'll probably finish up the race based on the fact that we're well under 2 hours at this point.
Yeah, so the team, we're in that point right now. If teams stop this, we're looking at one more stop from that SCCR team to get them through to the end of the race from now on. So yeah, it'll be interesting to see if these guys if John can have a clean start.
Yes. Could you see maybe Porsche Sport? I saw Josh Cam connect back into the server. Could you see them coming in maybe a little early and putting him in the car if he's the hot hand? Does it buy you anything at this point?
I think we're kind of past that where, if anything, they should have done it this time around.
Right, gotcha.
I mean, I understand if they couldn't do it this time around and Josh wasn't available, but for them, it definitely would have been more valuable if they could have done it.
Right.
The final two stints, because that gives Josh Cam more time behind the wheel to get comfortable again, get running and get setting those fast lap times. But I never say never. We might see Josh jump into the car for the final stint and maybe have a good final stint if he gets up to pace quickly enough.
Mm-hmm.
We might see him slowly catch up to Bruno. I believe Bruno will probably see out the rest of his race, but I think with
14 seconds would be a tough ask over a stint.
I think that gap's going to slowly start gaining and rising. I think Ryan's really struggling to keep up with that pace of Bruno right now. I personally think if Porsche Sport did want to keep that P2, Josh would have been better off getting in at that point in time. But it's interesting strategy, and it'd be interesting if we could hear from those guys and see why Ryan Parkins got in the car and if Josh is getting into the car. But
yeah, it'll be interesting if they manage to win the championship and we get to talk with them after the race. If anything does change, this is interesting. It would be definitely cool to find out what the thought process was behind all that.
I'm not going against the strategy at all. I mean, Ryan is still a really good driver.
Absolutely.
Probably going faster than what I would be going right now, to be honest. Definitely going faster than what I am going right now, because I'm going 0 miles per hour because I'm not in a car. But
that's right. We're talking about cars.
Yeah, but Ryan is doing a really good job. I can't say anything. Yeah. I think personally, Josh
57.3 last lap.
Yeah, Josh maybe could have been doing 56s and keeping him a bit closer to Bruno maybe, but there's still, I mean, after the situation with Mike obviously having disconnection issues and that Porsche Sport car dropping to the back of the field,
right?
I think they've done a really good job just to get back into
they have done a fantastic job trying to gain all that time back, both on the track, and I'm sure some pit strategy involved in that as well. They may have been double stinting those tires much earlier than the rest of the teams, just to try and gain that 30 to 40 seconds back every pit stop or every other pit stop.
Yeah, it's definitely a big ask for Josh to be able to bring back that time and maybe fight Bruno for a last chance win at P2.
Yep.
But never say never. We'll see later in the race if Josh does get back in the car. Also, we'll keep an eye out when the pit time does come in roughly about 40 minutes or so from now. We'll see how that goes for that team and what they can do in the final hour of the race.
I did see, as we were talking, I did see Alex Gal, Brosim Racing, come in and take his pit stop. That should put them with an hour and a half, probably one more stop or two more stops for the LMP2s.
I believe in the LMP2, that's another 2 more stops.
Okay.
I believe that he'll be able to take that.
Oof.
So yeah, another full, maybe two full stops.
Okay. Yeah, and I see Machimi in the pits now. So probably for the same thing. That's the third place car in LMP2 class.
Yeah, obviously, be interesting if Alex, if they took tires that time around in the pits. Because if they did, I would say from here on out they can see tires through to the rest of the race. But depends on how many teams are on older sets of tires as well. What they've already done 4 or 5 stints on the P2 field. But definitely, if any team was to put a new set of tires on now, it's definitely a good time to start getting some good laps for the final bit of the race. And make up any lost time. So we still see Shawshank losing a little bit of time to Banzu. Be interesting to find out, as I don't have that data. As Banzu have actually come into the pits. Shawshank are still out on track, I believe that is. Or is this the other way around? No, this is Shawshank in the pits.
I can tell you real quick.
Yeah, sure. I believe this. I'm right.
Yeah, Blanco came. Banzu came in 5 laps ago. Blanco got in the car.
Yeah, so they're actually a full stop behind it when all said is done. But
right.
Be interesting to see if Marcel, if they get a fresh set of tires and maybe start catching up to the back end of Blanco and challenge for a position late in the race. I think there's enough time if they play the cards and strategy right that they may be able to get them towards the end of the race. As they didn't take tires this time around, here we see Marcel coming out of pits now. We see the LMP1.
That's correct. They did not take tires that time. However, Alex Gal did. They did take tires in their last stop.
Yeah, I definitely think Alex Gal and the Brosim Racing LMP2 team should be able to, other than fuel, see this race through on the same set of tires. At this point in the race, with the track temps at 23 degrees C, the tire degradation is not going to be too bad at this point.
Right, and yeah, it seems like the LMP2s, once they get back full of fuel, they do a pretty good job of keeping the tires under them. I think more so than the GTEs, at least in my opinion. I could be completely wrong about that, but it seems like as long as you keep some weight on the rear end of that car, those tires do a pretty good job of keeping their traction.
Yeah, it'd be interesting to find out. I know, obviously, if anyone else watches them, but Nico Rosberg, when he does track guides, he's constantly changing the power ratio within the car and the brake bias so that he's got better turning throughout, better car control throughout the race and the lap or whatever track he's doing. Be interesting to see if any of the other teams are doing that in terms of changing the gain and slip within the in-car adjustments and throughout the fuel depleting in the stint, just to limit those moments of rear tires spinning.
Right. This is an update, the gap between Juncos, GTE P2, and Porsche Sport GTE P3 is about 18 seconds. So Bonaviri is still managing to stretch that lead. So it'll be interesting to see what if Porsche Sport has a change to strategy before the end of this race is over, or at least what we think is a change strategy. Maybe their strategy all along, based on who they had available. As we are about an hour and a half left in the race. Fuga Sim Sport still in the lead. Leo Racing Team still leading in LMP2. Rowan Sim Sport GTE still leading in LMP3. And, you know, as we sit here talk about changes in strategy for Porsche Sport, I believe mathematically they are in the lead for the championship at this point. So finishing P2 may not matter as much to them as just finishing the race in P3 and just keeping the car clean at this point. So that could be playing into the strategy also.
Yeah, I believe Colin did probably work it out earlier. If they finish P3 and also gain the bonus points for being the cleanest throughout the race, that puts them in a good condition moment to win the championship in terms of the GT field. So I definitely think that will be playing their factors right now and keeping it that way and just settling for the P3 position, knowing that ultimately they're going to win the championship. That is considering if Colin's mathematics was correct.
I think it's pretty good. I think he talked with our senior race director, Tom Benloss, during his break earlier. TC, I'll let you check the schedule. I believe at the bottom of the hour we have an advertising. I think that's right, but we'll continue to see what talk about what we see on the track. Right now, there's not really any battles going on. As things change, we may get to talk about some other strategies or any issues that may come up, crashes or things like that. But otherwise, it's let iRacing give you what it thinks is the best thing to watch on the track, and we'll just kind of enjoy it together.
I'm not noticing any adverts scheduled now to the end of the race.
Okay.
So,
Well, then we'll soldier on. I think we'll be joined here shortly by Colin Tabor to come in and help us call the end of the race, do our interviews. I think I see MJR is in the pits, and it looks like they may have had an incident, TC.
yeah, let's go and have a little looky what's happening with MJR. Looks, is this the sunset corner for these guys? That
It
is
looks
right.
like sunset.
It's not MJR then. There we go, this might be inside. And down towards the hairpin. It's really nice. So go straight on at the hairpin. Just run a little wide. Just see, maybe that was a scheduled pit stop for those guys then.
Maybe so. Yeah, I see Robin Zipfel has jumped in the car for MJR. So just making sure that we didn't have any anything going on that was particularly horrible.
As we did just in the background see Tony Pixie is now gotten in behind the wheel of the core motorsport car. I believe is this for the first time in this race? I believe that might be for the first time in this race. So it'll be interesting to see what kind of pace Antonio may set behind the wheel of that Corvette.
See pit stop still going on. Michelle Sangali, leader in the LMP2 category, in the pits for Leo Racing. Also, Fuga Sim Sport in the pits for with Pat Pelchat. See if there's going to be any driver changes as they're doing their thing.
I'm noticing a off-track for the Ronin SimSport GTE. Maybe having a little moment at the front of it. Let's have a little look how scary this might be for the car number 79 in the lead of the GTE right now.
Ooh,
tower.
Big lock up.
Just a big lock up and runs onto the grass. Not that scary.
There at least there's a little bit of runoff there that you can work with.
Look, those guys, no big incident into the wall and no damages. Although I bet Bruno was very unfortunate that there was, and was maybe hoping for a big incident. Yeah, luckily for the Ronin SimSport, keep it going nice and clean.
Mm-hmm. We should be coming up onto the point where we'll have another set of pit stops here very soon, I think, for Juncos. We'll take a look. They pit at 294. They're at 320, so yes, that'll be coming up the next few laps. And then another 8 or 9 laps after that, we'll see Porsche Sport come in. And we'll see if there's any change made. My guess is that Montevieri for Juncos will stay in the car for the remainder of the race. I could be wrong, but I think that's what we'll see. He seems to be doing a good job. His last lap was a 55.6, which is looks like to be the quickest over the last few laps last lap for any of the cars. So I think they're happy with that performance.
Yeah, that lap from Bruno is actually sitting around the exact same as the fastest for the Porsche Sport overall.
Mm-hmm.
Quite funnily enough, I find that quite ironic.
Right.
Feel like
it's about just a little over 10 slower than their fastest lap overall for the race. So
yeah, I think maybe Bruno is just trying to build that gap as much as he can. Maybe thinking Josh maybe jumping back in the car to try and reel him in. But obviously 28 seconds that gap is now built up to, so it's a very, very big ask.
Indeed.
Were to put Josh Cam back in the car, but we'll just have to wait and see what comes out of it at the end of this.
Yeah, I do see Venom Works in the pit getting service. JPW Ringwood in the car. And that was a fuel stop only for them. See a little off by one of the Corvettes. It's a red and silver Corvette.
Team slow pace.
And that was just a little wide exit at Le Mans. That happens quite frequently at this track. In the daylight, that entry is hard to spot. In the nighttime, it's almost impossible. So these guys are doing a really good job.
Just a mid-race tune-in. As we'll see Chunko's going to the pits. Push Sport are actually having a really good fight with Pure Sims Esports in the Creventic series right now in Top Split. They are within a second from what they're saying. They have been for a couple of laps.
So just got an update from Race Control. It appears as provisionally VenomWorks is in the lead in the championship for the LMP2 class by 2 points over Leo Racing as it stands.
So Leo Racing, even with the race win, not playing out enough points to bring home that P1 in the championship standings.
So yep, that's what I'm seeing from Race Control. As VenomWorks has done enough to secure at least provisionally until the end of the race. We obviously don't know yet, but I can't see VenomWorks losing any more positions since they are 209 laps ahead of the next car who's out of the race, Freaky Fast Racing. And I can't see VenomWorks doing anything, or I'm sorry, Leo doing anything else to. It would take. It would take several incidents in order for VenomWorks to lose it, because they are leading the lowest incident point. I'm sorry, they're not either. Ronan Simsport actually is, so they're not getting those bonus points. So it's purely on position. So it would take something pretty drastic at this point to make that change in position. But once again, we're just broadcasting. We're not in the race control. He will be able to give that that information once the race is final. And also, did get an update as it stands right now. Porsche Sport is leading in the GTE points by 6 over Ronan Simsport. Once again, provisional point totals until the race is over and everybody crosses the finish line. Then they'll, how the Brits say, tot up the total. Is that right?
Yep. Draw the line with paper to make sure the points are correct.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, as soon as
we say here, to dot the I's and cross the T's.
Yeah, as soon as we see the checker flag throw out for the end of this race today, we'll be taking a brief break and going to commercial while the stewards sort out the final positions, and we get ready to announce the series championship winners, and we'll get around to it.
Yep, and then we'll do interviews with our champions, as well as we'll have our senior race director into the broadcast booth for the end of the race to wrap everything up neat and tidy.
Yeah, as we close in, we've got an hour and 14 minutes left at that point, so we'll keep an eye out on the race and keep on going.
We still have pit stops left to do, at least one more for sure for most of the GTE field. Maybe some splashes at the end. But Yunko should be, they're coming in through Le Mans now onto Oman. I think this is the lap they should be coming in for their pit stop. And with an hour and 10 minutes left, that would be pushing their luck to try and get to the end on for that distance. You're talking about 30, 35 laps, which I don't think the Porsche is going to be able to do, even if they're stretching their fuel, right? Which I don't think they are. I think they're pushing the car pretty hard based on the lap times. Or did they come in already? Oh, they may have come in already. I'm sorry. I think we missed it. We were talking about something else. Yep, they came in end of lap 322. So they're out, they're done, and so Porsche Sport is now back out in P2. And the gap back to P3 is, what do we think their TC? Is that 25, 26 seconds, or am I reading it wrong?
High 25 seconds.
Okay. So basically they were 30 seconds ahead, so that sounds like that was just a fuel-only stop. Let's see, Blanco in the pits in the LMP2 car. for Banzu RX Flow. So I think soon, so eyes will be on Porsche Sport here in just a few minutes. Well, it makes it interesting because we just said that, or I just said that I don't think that Juncos will be able to make it to the end, which means they're going to have to splash, which means they will have to make another pit stop. And based on the laps, it may be that Porsche Sport only has to stop one more time, which will definitely throw things in the blender if Juncos has to stop again, even for a splash dash, because it's still a considerable, it's still 30 seconds in the pits. So it's going to be interesting towards the end of this race based on pit strategy, how this is all going to turn out for these final podium positions.
Now with the pit, it's a minute long still just getting a full tank of fuel for the GTs.
Right.
It's 30 seconds on the tires as well, so it's a minute 30 when they're taking tires, and a minute long with just fuel. So
right. I can't see them taking tires.
Yeah. So in terms of the Porsche Sport and the Juncos fight, I think Juncos will go back ahead by about 30 seconds, just over.
They'll go. Yeah, I agree with that. I think they'll go back ahead, but I think that Juncos will have to come in and at least get some fuel before the end of the race. And based on when Porsche Sport pits again, I'm not sure they'll have to. I think they may have had a good fuel calc, and I think they may be right on the number when they come back in for their final stop.
Yeah, it might be right. So we may see a close fight towards the end of the race here. What I am keeping an eye on though is the fact that Team Slow Pace are now just about 50 seconds behind Porsche Sport. If obviously they both got to come into the pits, and Slow Pace are actually slowly gaining on Ryan right now. Or is it Slow Pace? Yeah, Slow Pace with Emil roaming behind the car. They are gaining on Ryan behind the wheel right now.
Yeah,
so
and they
to see
if they pitted at lap 300, so they should be in the next 5 laps, which would be just inside of an hour. So that may be close for them as well to get to that end on a full fuel run. It may be a nice little 3-way battle by the time this is all said and done. We can only hope, right? Yep. So Porsche Sport came in at lap 30, end of 302, beginning of 303. So they have about another 6 laps before they have to come in for their final stop. So yeah, it's going to put Slow Pace and Porsche Sport right at the number. I don't know if it'll be inside the number, but we feel pretty sure that Juncos will have to come in and take at least a splash before the end of the race. So it may tighten these up quite dramatically.
Yeah, for Juncos that will be an extra 30 seconds in the pits. At least, I think, with a little splash and dash. So it will bring them right back to the clutches of Porsche Sport after the pits. So yeah, we'll keep an eye on it and obviously see how it goes.
We're coming down to the final hour of this race. Fukasim Sport still leading. Leo Racing is leading in the LMP2 category. Ronin SimSport GTE is leading in P3. Those look to be fairly solidified. Looks like that. Leo has about a 2-minute gap. That gap's coming down because are going up because P2 Brosim Racing's in the pits. They just did a driver change, I believe. Daniel Peluso coming in the car.
Yeah, the Ronin SimSport team Brosim Racing have just done that driver change for the final couple of stints of this race, for the final hour. Leo Racing team have actually just overtaken them in the pits.
And we're joined by, once again, Mr. Colin Tabor. Hello, Colin.
Hello, Charles. Hello, Thomas. We are up to the final rounds of the drama, aren't we?
Yes, we are. We're down to the last hour. We were just discussing, I don't know if you were listening in, it looks as if Porsche Sport will be coming in the next few laps for their final pit stop, as well as Team Slow Pace. This is the battle for 2 through 4. We think they'll be right at the number for finishing the race.
Yeah.
It looks like Juncos will have to come back in for a splash to get to the end, which is going to put all those 3 cars very close to together at the end of the race. So it should be there'll be at least a little battling at the end.
A little
bit
of drama, huh? A little
absolutely,
as it were.
Yeah, if you say so.
Trying to keep it highbrow here. I don't know why.
Yeah, I don't speak French. I'm sorry. The closest I speak to French is when I go to a Cajun restaurant and order etouffee.
Well, there you go. All right. I'm just taking a look. I hope you guys can't hear too much TV noise from our apartment, but
hey, no problem.
You let me know. It looks like. And how are we doing in LMP2? Bro Sim Racing and Ronin SimSport seem fairly close together. I could be wrong.
It looks like that those gaps are pretty wide. It looks like Leo is far and away the leader, based on what we heard from Race Control. At least provisionally, it looks like Venom Works is still in the lead for the championship, with Leo in second. Leo's done obviously everything they can do in order to maximize their point grab. But it doesn't look like it's going to be enough. But as we said, once again, this is we're not over with yet till the checkered flag drops on the thing. Everything's unofficial at this point.
Yeah, I see what it was. My timing said that Ronin SimSports is 4.3 seconds away from Bro Sim Racing, but it's Bro Sim Racing about to lap them. So
there you go.
That's not so dramatic. Great.
So yeah, the what we're constantly watching apparently until the end of this is, like I said, the battle between P2 to P4 in the GTE class. That seems to be that seems to be where our focus is going to be for the remainder of the race. I mean, unless Fuga's car explodes on the backstretch in the next 10 minutes.
Got 20 laps in advance, or so that's how long? That's like 35 or 40 minutes of race time,
which is about just enough time for an engine change.
Yeah, exactly.
So, obviously that's highly unlikely, but stranger things have happened during the course of these races. We've seen Fuga with a 3-lap lead and have a crash and then be in the pits for 6 laps, getting repairs and then storming back and coming back to win the race. So, I mean, we've had weird things happen during the course of this season, but I don't think that's going to occur this time.
Indeed. Yeah, it looks like Fuga's lead is about a half an hour. So that's a pretty impressive lead after 12 hours. We've been watching this battle for 2nd through 5th in GTE all race long. So that's exciting that it's been a battle. I feel a little gutted for the Century Sim Racing guys who were right up there in that battle for the whole time until some misfortunes overtook them. Yeah.
Yeah, I think our GTE class has been pretty outstanding off season long. I've really enjoyed watching these guys drive these cars. I don't know if I've learned anything, but I've at least enjoyed watching them drive the cars.
That's right. Looking at the incident points, Porsche Sport still on 1 for the entire 12 hours. Unbelievable. And Ronin SimSport on a pretty freaking impressive 7. But it seems unlikely that Porsche Sport would catch up to them now. I think at this point, even with that 5 points, Ronin SimSport simply wouldn't be able to overcome their other misfortunes.
Well, what I thought was interesting was VenomWorks. They're sitting 6, and until just recently, TC and I were talking about this earlier. Jelle Hoogland got those 5 that he has on lap 1 involved in that incident at the beginning of the race, and they've got 1 since. So
that's impressive as well.
They've done a fantastic job managing their car for the remainder.
Yeah, and I'll give them, that'll be a very deserving championship in that case that they will earn by dint of finishing.
All right, so let's see. So that's okay. Roger. So looks like Porsche Sport's a couple of laps from their final pit stop. Just want to check through the other cars. So again, we think that that Juncos has got another stop to make.
That seems accurate.
Yep, Core is about halfway through their stint. Slow Pace just came in and they just pitted on lap 329. They're on 331. They did do a driver swap. Emil Roning jumped out. Jonas Wies jumped back into the car to finish the race. We think that they're going to be able to get to the end on this stop. So they've done all they can do. They're about 20 seconds behind P4 in Core Motorsports. So it's on Jonas to see if he can make up the gap. And Ryan Parkins is in for Porsche Sport. Sorry, they are in the pits now. I'm watching to see what they're going to do. It looks like Ryan is staying in the car. They're taking on their fuel. I don't see the car going up on jacks.
I think Core is going to need another stop, though. Right?
You
they
think so?
last pitted at lap 316. It's lap 332 right now, and so
I think you may be right. Yeah, I would agree with that.
They may not take tires. They may not need to take tires. That could make that very interesting.
Right. So Porsche Sport is out. They did not take tires. It was a fuel-only stop.
Okay. They're going for it.
They're going for it. Yeah, we feel like that's probably their last stop. They should be able to get this till the end or very close to it. I don't know. We'll wait and see. So that leaves Core with another stop in about 15 or so laps, and also Juncos, who will have to stop again. And based on what I'm seeing, let's look at the laps. They're about 10 laps into their stint, so we should see them in the next 20 laps or so, which puts them about 10 minutes short, I think, of race distance. So
That'll
the
be
stop
a splash indeed.
Yep.
Yeah, it's a pretty short pit lane here too. Gotta say, be very interesting to see how that plays out. Looking at track temperature, is now at its lowest point, 23 degrees Celsius, which is about 73 degrees Fahrenheit. And that's down from the maximum, which was 50 Celsius, 122 Fahrenheit. So we're definitely cooled down. If the tires can make it 2 stints, this is the time for the GTEs.
Yeah, based on our experience last week running the Porsche, we couldn't double stint the tires until the sun went down. The track had to cool off below. I think we started double stinting once we were under 30 C. I think we could double stint pretty comfortably at that point.
Right, and there weren't too many hours of the race that were in the dark.
That's
on
correct.
The official race, only a couple hours. So.
So the gap now is about 33 seconds between Juncos in P2, Porsche Sport in P3. "46 seconds back from Porsche Sport in P3 to Core in P4. Is that right? Yeah, 46 seconds to Core. And then another 24 seconds back to slow pace. And we know that P2 and P4 probably will need to stop again. We'll definitely need to stop again. I think we can safely say that neither one of those cars are going to make it. I don't think there's that much fuel saving that you can put on these cars to save 10 minutes of fuel. I'm looking at MJR in the pits. I don't know, TC. What's the? I haven't driven the LMP1 in a while. What's the fuel stint on the LMP1 car?
Yeah, it's about 40 minutes or a little bit longer time wise than the LMP2s, just a little. That's my experience. I don't know the number of laps, unfortunately.
Okay, we're just looking. MGR just came in, so it looks like they may have to come in for a splash again as well to get to the end of the race. But, once I think you and I, Colin, have both given kudos to MJR for perseverance, if nothing else.
Yeah, for sure. Looking at the fuel stint, the first one for Fuga Sim Sport with this 26 lap stint. So that gives some idea of the number of laps.
Yeah, that's that 40 minutes sounds about right then.
Yeah.
Colin, I think we are picking up a little bit of background from you. Better. So just looking at the lap times between our GTE class, pretty close from 2 through 4 within 0.8 of a second amongst the three. That gap between P2 and P3 between the Juncos car and Porsche Sport is 35 seconds, which which will make things extremely interesting if it holds up to that level. As I'm looking at mine, as BroSim Racing is right behind Juncos now, working their way out of the hairpin and down into Cunningham. As we're looking on the screen, that is Michelle Sangali of Leo Racing, our leader in the LMP2 class. Out for a little cruise, just working his laps now. And now looks like they're coming into the pits behind SCCR. So both those cars are in the pits. This should be SCCR's final pit stop. And it probably is going to be real close to the last pit stop for Leo Racing as well, I believe. So Leo is taking tires, so they're doing a full stop. That will close that gap considerably back to BroSim Racing and P2. But still looks like that they're the only car on their laps. Like they're still a lap ahead of BroSim Racing. The gap now between P4 and P5 in the GTE class is 41 seconds, I believe. and then 31 seconds back from P5 to P6, if I'm reading that correctly.
Hey, it's Colin here. I've just been doing a few calculations. It's going to be incredibly tight for Porsche Sport and Juncos as it stands right now. I'm calculating the pit transit time is about 35 seconds, which is about the advantage that Juncos right now holds over Porsche Sport, which is, I would think, too tight for comfort, given that they are going to have to take a little bit of fuel.
Right.
That is going to be very tight. And if Porsche Sport can pull in that gap a little further, it's going to be good for them.
Right. So yeah, I think Bonaviri for Juncos has shown to be the faster of the two between himself and Parkins. So my guess is it's going to be a Juncos tracking down Porsche Sport at the end of the race, which is going to make it fun. Once again, I don't know that it's I think the worst case scenario is Porsche Sport gets wrecked and loses a couple of spots. So I think they'll play it
probably play it cool.
cool.
Yeah, won't they? Yeah, they know what's at stake. I mean, I think right now, if they finished third, they'd be fine.
Right.
Based on the fact that they'll gain the 5 points for cleanest race as well.
Yeah. Right. But there's two cars on their lap behind them, so a big gap between a big drop in points from third to fifth, and may be the difference. So my guess is they'll be very very wary of any on-track battles. Of course, I think everybody wants to succeed and do their best, but there's a bigger picture that you have to look out for. Sometimes that don't enter into racers' mind. That's where the manager comes in and says, "All right, look, guys, calm down. We got other things on the plate here." So.
And similarly for Core Motorsports and Team Slow Pace, where we're pretty sure Core Motorsports going to have to come in again.
Mm-hmm.
It should be, in fact. So we're at 339, and they last pitted on lap 316. So that's they should be pitting around lap 346.
Right.
Which that's another 10 laps from now. They're really not going to have much left at that point. But right now, the gap slow pace is only 30 seconds. This is going to be a nail biter on I'm glad we've got something to look forward to.
That's
to be honest.
Yeah, so it looks like Slow Pace, Juncos last pitted on 322, or beginning of 323. They're on lap 340. So they should be coming in within 8 to 10 laps, or 6 to 8 laps. Let's count that properly. It's late in the day. The math is not working the way it should.
I'm with you. I'm using a spreadsheet, sadly.
So yeah, we should see Core in before Juncos. So we should see Core in. They came in 316. Yeah, so they're at 22. So yeah, so should see Core, and then shortly after that we should see Juncos, and then it's whatever you got left. No holds barred at that point.
Yep.
But Bonaviri has stretched that gap out to Parkins. It's 38 seconds now, so he is trying to get that gap as wide as he can make it before they have to come in for their final stop.
Yeah, I'm showing about 35 on my timing screen over here, but it's going up and down, I'm sure. Here comes Juncos finishing another lap. We're at 156.2. Porsche Sports last night lap with a 57.1.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I mean, if I'm Porsche Sport, I might almost not rather be in the position of having to defend.
Right.
We'll see how they play it, though. That's my sort of team manager oriented thought, they may want to just go for you, and you got to dance with the brunga. You know, you're a race
That's
driver.
Right.
You got to drive like a race driver. So.
Yeah, it's amazing how many mistakes you can make when you're trying to not make mistakes. Trying to be easy. Trying to be easy with the car and be smooth with the car and slow and take a little bit off, and then the next thing you know, you're in the grass.
Well, that's why I say, when I say dance with the brunga, it's like you got to drive the laps like you drive the laps. Right. And that's part of it. So sometimes it's better just to do that and see how it goes.
Yeah, I think TC got an update from an outside source that says Porsche Sport has also got a team involved in the Crvantic race today, and they were running P1 in top split in the 718. So, yeah, thank you, Mr. Cope. Mr. I am my own source. Okay,
there we go.
Okay, so race spot. I got you. All right.
Well, they got their races, their day full of racing. Jeez Louise.
Yeah, this is a long day for these guys.
Yep. Looks like now a couple more seconds added to that lead. Back, could be wrong. We'll see. But Porsche Sport is running almost a second slower on average right now. Ryan Parkins is in the car. And he's definitely done some 56s, but right now running 57s on the beginning of his last stint. So to be fair, he's probably heavy on fuel. But at the same time, the tires won't be fresh, so that will be
right. Yeah, he is on the second stint on those tires for sure. And I think they're also ensuring that they're going to get those bonus points for fewest incidents. I think that may it may play into those lap times.
Pushing would not help with that, per se. But to be fair, this track is conducive to clean driving most of the time. Once you tidy up a couple corners, but it only takes a few extra ounces on the accelerator pedal to run wide at a number of exits. So
right, or take it easy too much and go narrow on, say, the hairpin. So next thing you know, you just added 3x because you got an off track and a spin, because you didn't push hard enough into the corner.
Yep. So the Ronin SimSport Academy car just overhauling Ryan Parkins in the Porsche Sport GTE for maybe the last time tonight. We'll see.
I do see Century Sim Racing's in the pits for their final stop. Mr. Salmons had a crash. Let's replay Mr. Salmon's crash.
Let's take a look at SCCR, see what happened with them tonight.
Nope.
So you usually got to hit it twice. Here he goes. Goes a little wide. I'm gonna guess. Yep, here we go. Into the wall hard. Oh no. Sharp impact into the wall. Honestly wondering how I guess they came right into the pits. Are they staying for an extended period? Let's take a look. They're back out on track now, so
yep. I think he's fortunate that he still has headlights. I think that's the worst case scenario for that. I guess blown engine is probably the worst case scenario, but I would not want to try and take Sunset with no headlights. That would be horrible.
Indeed.
And doomed for failure.
That is tough break for them right there.
Yeah. They when we talked with John earlier, he knew that the odds were stacked against them. He said, we're having fun. We don't care if we finish last or not. He said some of the guys take it a little tougher than others. He said, but I'm just happy to be out here racing. I'm enjoying myself. And they've enjoyed the series, so that's really what matters. So.
I also see a few crashes on the log from the MJR team. Not sure what happened there, but that's MJR, I believe. Mr. Zipfel. Some time back, perhaps. But it is, part of they're very persistent. These guys doing a great job carrying the flag for the LMP1.
Absolutely.
Junko is pushing the advantage now to 38 seconds over Porsche Sport. From what I can see, 39.
They're stretching
well. A little bit faster. Gained a half second on the last lap. So, little bit, as you said, a little bit more pace in the Junkos shift this time. And they're coming up right now to overtake Team Slow Pace and put them a lap behind.
About a half hour left in the race. I'm kind of keeping my mind trained on Core. I want to see when they come in for their pit stop.
Can we move the broadcast over to the either Slow Pace or the Junkos car? Maybe the Junkos car, just so that we can see these guys. You can see the red car of Team Slow Pace here trying to avoid getting lapped, and you got an LMP split in the two. But the pair of headlights in the back is Junkos Racing, looking to lap Team Slow Pace, and Team Slow Pace is, I wouldn't say they're not moving over, but they've been driving their lines, and I'm sure that if there's a legitimate side by side, they will be smart about it.
I think they're doing what they're supposed to be doing, right? Is running.
There we go, right about now.
Yep, there we go. They're running a consistent line, and that's I'm sorry. I'm watching Core, and they're working their way around SCCR, and in Le Mans, which is obviously not the best passing area, but they managed to get through there without bumping heads, so that was a good thing. And Core is in for their pit stop now.
All right, it begins.
So let's see if we can get Jonas and Slow Pace up on the screen, so we can watch where they are in relationship. I'll talk about Core as they're working their way out through the pit stop. They are stopped and they're taking their fuel.
Here comes Core down the Ullman Straight and heading for Sunset. Expect to see, sorry, not Core, but the other Slow Pace coming around Sunset right now.
Core's rolling.
Core is pulling off. Yep. This is going to be
tight at the exit. There goes Junkos by. And there is
there they go. They're together.
Yep.
Look out. Just took the lead. How exciting.
So that is a pass for position. That's P4 and P5. And that battle will continue until for the next few minutes, I'm sure. I feel pretty confident Slow Pace is not going to give that position up easily. Their tires are warm. Core will have to get their tires warmed back up after the pit stop. so they may be down a little bit on speed, but we'll see what happens with those two.
We will indeed. These two drivers have been hitting it hard. Antonio has done some 56s in the Core Motorsports car, so my sense is that might be a little faster. I haven't seen any 56s out of Jonas in his last stint, so it's going to be tough, though. As you said, he'll probably work to keep him behind. Core Motorsports machine hanging tight. I think they hadn't had the pace there to potentially pull alongside, but backed off a tiny bit.
Yeah,
we're waiting for the right moment. Heading into the braking zone at Sunset. Ford takes a wider line, trying for the undercut. Oh no!
Oh,
he lost the car.
I was going to say it looked like a synchronized spin. I don't know if there was contact.
Here. Plenty of space here. It looks like Core Motorsports doing the wiser thing and sort of trying to let them by again, but they didn't take the bait.
Yes, I want to see that again. I want a better angle. I don't think there was contact.
Oh, there was. There were absolutely
was. There?
Yes.
Okay.
It was kind of weird. It looked like, as I said, the Core Motorsports machine was trying to undercut, but at the last minute they had some massive oversteer and plowed out into the other car. That was not the angle that will help us.
No, that was not the angle that I wanted.
Here we go. They're coming around the corner. This is nice in slow motion. As you can see, Core kind of tries to undercut them here. They're under, and then they plow to the outside. It just was very surprising.
But I think Team Slow Pace was already I think the rear end was already loose.
It may have been.
I think they hit them because they were in the process of spinning themselves. So maybe I don't think the contact was caused. Yeah. Can we get a chase from
the second car?
Yeah. And I've got mine. Well, I mean, you've got 75 cameras there, TC. Come on. Okay, that works. I went ahead and trained mine over on Juncos, waiting on their final stop as we're looking at this. I think he was getting loose already, and it was just he was trying to slow down.
I did not detect that. Looking at Core Motorsports, they definitely hung back here, waiting for Team Slow Pace to kind of go on by. Not sure if there's any sore feelings or they're just decided to bow to what they might have felt the inevitable, or they're happy not to get any damage. I don't know, but that was exciting.
That was exciting. TC, can we get a cockpit from Jonas's car, please?
I'd say Chase would help me. See what he
I want to see this. I want to see the steering wheel inputs. That was really what I was wondering.
Yep. Gotcha. Around.
Yeah. You see it's got opposite lock. Yeah. So I think he was already breaking loose, and it just slowed down enough that that Core got into the back of him. I hate that because I think that was going to be a good battle, but obviously Jonas was pushing the car hard to try to stay ahead.
Yep. Well, off they go. Core Motorsports look like they've secured fourth. At this point, Juncos Racing running lap 348. We may want to pick them up and see how this plays out. Right now, the gap's at about 40 seconds. That is about what it will be in the pit lane. So that is, again, going to be incredibly tight.
Uncus is going around for another lap.
Yes, they are. Make that stop as short as it can possibly be, I'm sure.
Mm-hmm.
And they're going to be hungry for that second place. They're not about to win the championship. That's all they care about is the second place.
Right. Yeah, there's obviously a little bit of pride at stake here to be the number 2 car in the Porsche podium. As we've seen, it seems like every race. I know it hasn't happened that way, but the Porsches have been strong all season long.
Indeed. Other thing I would say, looking at the standings, Juncos had 50 points and Team Slow Pace 52 at the start of this race. So I think they're also in line if they keep themselves together and ahead of the Slow Pace guys. They'll move into third in the championship. I really am not sure how big a motivation that is for them. But,
right.
I think they've been pushing, and I think they're motivated right now.
Yeah. Obviously, they want to beat the Corvette, right? They
that's for sure.
Yeah.
Now up to 41.5 seconds, so a gap. I have to think he's going to pit this lap. We will see.
TC be ready to pick up Porsche Sport if as soon as we see Juncos coming into the pits.
Not this time.
Not yet.
One more lap.
Yeah.
Very exciting end of the race. Glad these guys can provide us some entertainment. I would say every race in the series has had some drama. I mean, you thought things were sort of settled or decided, and then big events would take place. It's I guess, as they say, the reason we actually run the races.
Right. Exactly right. Yeah, you sit here and you watch 11.5 hours of racing. It's like, yeah, this is pretty much over. And then, with 30 minutes left, something happens. And it's like, oh, okay, that's different.
Well, and this year at the real Sebring, we had a big drama, right? Scott Dixon, I guess, got creamed in the last hour by a GTE trying to get to the pit lane, or a GT of some kind.
That's correct.
Into their box, into the pit lane entrance. And then that made, opened the door for Sebastian Bourdais and his team to sweep in and take victory, even though they had lost a part of their rear wing. And it was very difficult for Sebastian to drive the car in the last hour.
Well, I can imagine. I have trouble driving these cars with a full rear wing, much less a part of the rear wing missing. So yeah, it's, that stranger things have happened. I've seen, going back for my advanced years, I've seen the late Dale Earnhardt lose the Daytona 500, I think at least twice on the last lap with flat tires. The man tried to win that race for 20 odd years, and Juncos staying out. And flat tire, out of gas, before he finally had the opportunity and the luck come together to finally get it. So yeah, it's you just never know what's going to happen. And I think Thomas, as we're talking about that, I think one of those years that he had a flat tire on the last lap was one of the years that your namesake, Mr. Derek Cope, won the race, I believe, if my memory serves. And it doesn't always, but sometimes I get them right.
Big lock up there. Big lock up there from Bruno Bonaviri on the hairpin. I did notice that the pit records show he pitted on lap 322, and he's currently working lap 351. So
Right.
I was a little premature in my call for him to enter the pits. I expected this lap or the next.
Yeah, I think it's going to be this lap, just based on what I've seen from them. But hey, you don't know. He may be being able to extend and save fuel, but he can get another lap out of the car. So we'll wait and see.
That was a pretty close.
Pretty quick.
Yes, we will. We will indeed. It was a pretty close call there with the lapping LMP2 of Ronan Simpsport, just sweeping around the outside. I felt it was close.
Yeah, it was. I saw cones flying, so yeah, it was pretty close. It was pretty close through there. There was not a lot of room. I think I noticed this last week, and I think we see it every race we do, that the later in the race, the more chances get taken, or just people aren't paying attention. Now here they come into the pits now. Yep. Coming in to get their final stop. See Porsche Sport, they're entering. Is that Le Mans they're getting ready to go through?
They are. They're getting ready to go through Le Mans. This is going to be tight, kids.
Yep.
And Bonaviri is going to be stationary for just a few seconds, I would think. Won't take much.
And he's clear. He's moving. So it looks like they're going to be clear by a few seconds over Porsche Sport. Based on what I'm seeing.
Coming around Sunset right now. Could be.
Yep. He's out of the pit lane. He's back on the track. Exit turn 1.
Okay. So well clear.
Yep. 10-second gap. So.
All right.
So that looks like that's going to be the end of that drama.
Yeah, that was drama. At least turned out to be not much drama, but
yeah, at least temporarily, as Juncos is going too wide in through the hairpin with an LMP car, and there's another one coming through. So maybe drama of a different sort. Looks like everybody's okay coming into Cunningham. And through Tower. I did hear you this morning, Colin, talk about the concrete in the 1941 concrete on the front stretch. I did add to that that concrete patch on the inside of the corner of Tower is also the original concrete.
Okay, well there you go. There is some. Yeah, I'm just calculating that the delta for that pit stop. Looks.
Sorry,
looks like it was 45 seconds. It was so the report of our interval was definitely off. It was 45 seconds from cone to cone for Juncos in that stop. So the report of a 41-second gap was fairly inaccurate, I would have to say. We'll leave it at that. I didn't think I could have been that wrong, but.
Yeah, I think you were. I think you were closer than what we were seeing. So,
right. I mean, I think that we know that race laps can be a little bit flaky at times on those gaps, especially when they're a distant gap.
Yeah, but the gap is. I would say Ryan is trying to bring the gap down. He has got the gap under 10 seconds. So maybe there's may not be over with yet.
May not over. I mean, everyone's got to finish this last 10 minutes or 12 minutes of racing without spinning these cars after all this time. And I guarantee you these guys are a little bit worn out, tired of Sebring.
Yeah. I'm just a little smoke. Yeah, I know I am. I'm not even driving. But I felt that way about Bathurst also. I'm glad I don't have to drive that track anymore. This one I could probably come back to, but
Sebring's a great track. As I was talking about earlier, 5 great sort of full speed sections connected by, 5 so unique corners or sets of corners, each offering their own challenge.
Yes, definitely. So, yeah, looks like the gap is pretty stable at 10 seconds between Monteverde for Juncos and Harkins for Porsche Sport. I think Porsche Sport probably feels pretty comfortable sitting in P3. They have about a minute and a half gap back to Antonio Pixie in the Core Motorsports car, who is about 9 seconds ahead of Jonas Weiss in the Team Slow Pace.
And we've just passed the 15-minute left in the race marker on the race timing screen. So definitely getting close to the end of our session here. Probably, a handful of laps left for these guys. Roughly 8 laps for the GTEs, maybe 10 for the LMPs. Junko's pulling out at 1:56.6 on the last lap, full half a second faster than Porsche Sport. So they're back in the saddle. The gap is back up to 10 seconds.
Not from like a Trine though, because Ryan Parkins did do a 57.1, which has probably one of his quicker laps over the last couple of stints. So he's working as hard as he can. I see MJR coming in for their final splash and dash.
Yeah, he did hit a couple 56s too just before that. So
okay, really, well there you go. Yeah, he's really trying to close that gap down, which is what we want to see.
Yep, Fred Flintstoning it to the max. Right now rolling with Core Motorsports as they kind of work to finish out this race. Looks like they've got about a 9-second gap over Team Slow Pace. I think Slow Pace is losing pace to these guys slowly but surely, as their name might indicate. But they both had a great race today with each other and overall for the teams. Very exciting stuff to see all this coming to a close here.
Yeah, it's been fun to watch. As we're closing out this last race of our season, our series, I have really enjoyed this more than I would have thought. Once somebody said, "Hey, you need to go broadcast." Oh, big crash!
Wow, guys, that's a big deal.
Bro Sim Racing, and I believe that was Core Motorsports involved. It was.
Bro Sim Racing lost it coming out of Sunset and spun around, and there was nowhere for Core Motorsports to go. And as we look at this and how this has played out for them, I'm sure they've got a ton of damage there. They've, in fact, exited out into pit lane.
Yep, they have towed.
And that's a long tow from that spot. Although, well, if they hadn't finished the lap, it might actually be a relatively short tow. They've lost the 4th place they so dearly earned based on all that hard work. So that's heartbreaking for them. I think the car was completely screwed, or they would have continued. That's just
So-
what you were saying. There could be some more drama. It happened.
Yeah, so Colin, that's basically what you saw right there was the car equivalent of a motorcycle high side. So loose, and then snap the other direction.
Okay.
And then into the so he's nose pointed toward the inside wall. He's trying to correct, and then all of a sudden the car catches and turns completely 180 the opposite direction into the outside wall. And you know,
You're riding a
Core
motorcycle,
Motorsports knows
yeah.
that. Yeah, if you're riding a motorcycle, it's obviously a lot worse than that. But for Core, obviously nowhere to go except into the side of Bro Sim Racing.
That's a heartbreaker for those guys, and I honestly hope that they have some, you know.
And Antonio obviously seems to be, based on his message in the race chat, was not very happy with what just happened, which is completely understandable.
Yep. I mean, brutal. Well, that sounds dramatic. So they've got the split attention. Not even sure they'll be available for an interview with that. If I won the Corvenic, I might take that interview. Too funny.
So that's a bit of a little shake-up there in our final positions for GT. I think we talked about this 15 minutes ago, how things happen in the last half hour of a race that you wouldn't expect. I see. Yep, looks like the Core Motorsports team's leaving the server as we speak, and I really hate it for those guys. They ran a really good race. They were in a good position to get that 4th spot, and had their
That's a
good
hard
strategy, and just very sad.
So,
I think we might want to see
assumption that might be the same event. Wasn't that Daniel? Okay, let's take a look. So now we're going to see Daniel Peluso, LMP2 here, with a big spin coming onto the straight there. Is he able to spin and carry on? He does carry on, but there he gets overtaken by the next car in line.
Yep, Shinya Machimi. Who? Nope.
So our leader in Ronin SimSport GTE has also suffered a crash. Looks like everything going wrong all at once here in the last 10 minutes of our event. Here we go into turn 1, and there's a spin. A little bit wide, very lucky. Didn't hit anyone. Carries on. My goodness. Well,
come on, guys. 5 minutes left, guys. Let's keep it together. 5 more minutes.
Major carnage all around. Am I seeing also a crash in the log from Jonas? I think that's a different event, right? Than our... Not sure if we saw that one.
Didn't see anything from Jonas. Wind it back just a bit.
Okay. I see 3 drivers listed there. I'm not sure who the other one was. Right. But we're here, just riding out the last few minutes of the race. We'll see if everyone else can keep their cars pointed forward. We'll root Porsche Sports on in their GT4 effort at the 12 Hours of Spa, Preventic.
Yeah, did see that Colin Wern spin, but he's still a lap ahead. So,
yeah, we had a small spin from Conor Wern, but that won't affect their position as there was no contact. He was able to continue without event. He'll still likely finish first. Juncos Racing just cut a sorry, never mind. They did just cut a 157.1, which is pretty fast.
Yep.
But looking at that fast lap of the race, they actually own it with a 155.2, which is compared to Ronan Simsport's 155.4. So they have some serious pace.
Absolutely. Porsche Sport still sitting on a 1X. Ronan LMP sitting on a 3X for the entire race. That's pretty amazing. I think our team finished with 57 in the 12 hours last week, and we thought we did good. I'm sorry, we thought we did well. I mean, use at least some proper grammar while we're on broadcast.
That's all right, It's all right, Charles. We're not picky. It's a denouement before the end of the race.
Yeah, exactly.
A little denouement, little je ne sais quoi.
Yeah, I don't know what that is either. That's a joke, by the way. Anyway.
So we're enjoying the last couple minutes here of our race. We are at a lapse time of, it looks like 11:57.5, so 2.5 minutes to go.
Yep.
So probably this lap and one more potentially for the season of VEC.
That's right. I'm sitting in Fuga's car now, waiting to see if we see a white flag this time or next time. Did not get the white flag that time by.
Yeah, I thought it might be just a touch too early, so looks like they're going to get the most of an extra lap. It'll be the longest extra lap.
Okay, so news from outside, because somebody in our broadcast is not paying attention to our race. Porsche Sport did win the Creventic 12 Hours of Spa in the GT4 Porsche Cayman, I believe is what I heard.
Yep, congrats to those guys. I'm sure that's a tremendous effort and a great result.
Yep. Yeah, and they're at least provisionally in the championships slot here as well. So maybe a good day for them all the way around.
That's right. So riding with our race leader Patrick Pelchat, doing the honors here to bring home Fuga Simsport LMP1 through the final couple times. couple laps here. We believe there's one more lap here.
Yeah, I think we're going to see the white flag this time based on the time, but
yeah, it seems fairly likely.
As they're coming down Almond Straight into Sunset. I did not see anything pop up on mine. I don't see anything on the broadcast. Or do I? Do I see a white flag?
I don't know if we could tell, honestly.
Yep. I think we'll know when Fuga crosses the start-finish line and just flashes their headlights and swerves back and forth. I think we'll know that the race is over at that point.
That's right. Taking care of one last lap car here. Potentially. I mean, I feel like this should be the last lap, but we're at 12 hours and 15 seconds.
Okay.
At this point, so seems very likely that they've gotten the white flag and are just working out that last lap. John Salmon in the SCCR Sim Sports GTE just ahead and they dispense of them. Heading down Almond Straight, presumably for the last time. Into Sunset. Over those crusty bumps one last time. There's some flashing lights. We have seen the flag. I see a flag being waved. Well, congratulations to Pat Pelchat of Fuga Sim Sport for winning the inaugural season of the VEC Championship. Inaugural and perhaps last season under that name, for sure.
And Leo's already crossed the start-finish line to get their victory. Ronan Sim Sports coming through Sunset now to take their race win. Came up, I think, just a bit short. We'll know here just very soon for the championship totals. But they did get the race victory tonight, so congratulations to Ronan Sim Sport GTE for a pretty dominant race overall. And it looks like, again, another Porsche podium sweep.
Juncos Racing crossing the line. And then Porsche Sport just coming around the end of Sunset now and crossing the line themselves. Great news for their teams today. Great double result, looks like.
Absolutely.
Double. And a championship for Porsche Sport on the anticipated championship. I'm sure it will be kind of an overnight exercise potentially to certify all the final point standing and publish those, but we expect that to be the outcome, and so very excited for them.
Yeah, we are going to take a break for the our final advertisement before the end of the event, and we'll be back in just a couple of minutes, and we'll have driver interviews, manager interviews, and we'll have our senior race director in for a final chat before we end this season.
What if I come home and no one's through my front door? What if I come home and there's a mess everywhere? What if I come home and tears flood the floor?
No one understands the struggle and stress I shoulder. No one understands that I have the trials of someone much older.
No one understands why my homework's late, why my mascara's smudged, or why I'm not perfect.
No one understands why I can't have guests, why I miss school, or why I look like I need a rest.
No one likes the kid who's always behind. Nobody gets the effort needed to keep up. They mock and scorn with ignorance in their minds.
Everyone looks down on me. They think I'm quite odd. But in fairness, me crying is all they see.
But everyone really should look up to me. Having responsibilities bigger than imagined, not knowing my cared one is my priority.
Patience. If you give me the chance to say, patience is all I crave, and you'll come to understand that my pain is every day.
It's not my fault that I am left out of the group and that I always worry. No one knows the struggle and stress that we all carry.
The Swindon Carers Centre, we're here to support young carers to carry the weight of their caring role.
Someone is there for us to speak to. Someone understands what we all go through. To everyone at Swindon Carers, thank you.
Everybody has places to go, but not everyone has a way to get there. What if there were an easy way to get everybody where they need to be? What if there were one resource for all of the transportation needs in our community? What if we could move up to a better way to get people where they need to be? Welcome to a better way of getting around. With Move Up, all of your transportation options are in the palm of your hand with a mobile app that allows you to get where you want to go. Okay, there are lots of options for getting a ride, but this ride service is special because it offers answers to the collective needs of our community. Who needs a ride? Going to the airport or train station? Done. Need a lift to get some groceries, go to the bank or post office? Done. Need non-emergency medical transport to your doctor's appointment? Done. Need a ride for your child? Done. What if you want to take your dog or your bike with you? Done. You get the idea. But how does it work? There are basically 3 types of riders. Regular folks with no special needs, children and adults who need assistance, people who need to get somewhere but can't afford transportation. The people with no special needs can use Move Up just like they would a cab or a service like Uber or Lyft. Why choose Move Up? Because participation in the program helps support the overall community by keeping the drivers busy so the network can grow. Children and adults who need assistance can choose among the drivers who have been carefully screened to be able to handle non-emergency medical transport, assist with the elderly and handicapped, and to transport children with their parents' permission. People who need to get somewhere but can't afford transportation can enroll in one of the community programs that will pay for their ride. The driver gets paid just like with any other passenger. We can all move up to the next generation of ride-hailing and transportation if we all get involved. To learn how you can become a part of the solution, join MoveUpLynchburg.org today.
MoveUp is a local delivery management app that is completely free for you to use. It lets you choose your drivers, whether your own employees or others in the community. It lets you and your drivers decide on rates that are best for your customers, and those customers don't even have to download the app. MoveUp is easy to use. When a customer places their order and requests delivery, you enter the delivery information into your online system, and the system alerts drivers of their delivery order. You can track the complete status at a glance, and so can the customer. MoveUp's processing system is designed to protect you from liability and to minimize transaction fees. All of the money stays local. You keep all of the money from your sale, and the driver keeps all of the money from the delivery. It's easy to set up. In fact, you can be delivering the next day. MoveUp is the no commission connection to your customers. Find out more on our website.
And we're back. Can you pop up a screen for me there, TC? Thank you, sir. And as we can see, the final race results. Fuga Sim Sport with the win in the overall. Ronin Sim Sport LMP in, I'm sorry, Leo Racing, my mistake, in the LMP2 category. And my eyes are gone. Sorry. We just watched the end of the race. Ronin Sim Sport.
Ronin Sim Sport has won the. Yeah.
So we do have the provisional results and the provisional champions from each class. So we're going to do their interviews here. We're going to start with the GTE class champion, Luke Holroyd of Porsche Sports. I'm going to go grab him real quick. Luke Holroyd, Porsche Sport. Congratulations on the series championship. I think you guys have had a really good day today as far as racing is concerned, from what I've heard.
Yeah, I don't even know where to start really. We've kind of been split as well today, obviously racing in the VEC, and then some of the guys have been racing in the Creventic 12 hours as well. So they took the victory in the GT4 on that, so it's literally at the same time. So we're all crossing the line at the same time, so that was crazy. But yeah, I mean, speaking on the VAC, I don't know where to start really. The credit to Ronin, they were rapid. I still can't believe that we've won a championship without winning a race, but I guess that just just showcases that you've just got to be there and keep scoring points. But you know, thanks to all the drivers that we had, obviously I've got to give them all a mention. So Josh Cam, Ryan Parkins, Carl Sharkey, Paul Rieger, Mike Epps, Gavin Halls, Austin Greatorex, and we also had Alex Rolls, who was helping out on the strategy and the comms as well. So credit to all of them guys.
Yeah, absolutely.
A real team effort then. A real team effort. And, you know, what was your goal in this race towards the end there when you guys were, you know, I don't know how you saw it, but I'm pretty sure with your strategy guy and everything, you were aware that as Juncos made their last splash, you guys were going to be potentially fairly close. Was that something you were really pushing for to get past them?
No, not really. I mean, earlier in the race, as you probably saw, I think we were quite stable and steady in second place, and then Mike went out on his first lap and his computer completely died. Which just obviously put us out of the race for that time in, and we just had to work his way back up. We knew that we'd done really well on the incident points the last few races, so thought we had a good chance. I think we only got one this race.
Yeah, that's pretty amazing in itself.
And then we knew we just had to cover that off so Ronin couldn't get the incident points, and then just finish third or better. To be honest, we've had a few run-ins with Juncos over the season. It happens with racing, so we were actually quite conscious just to. Yeah, I don't think we'd have challenged them if we'd have got near them. We'd have just sat on them, just because we didn't want them incident points, and obviously we just wanted the points.
Right.
So
Yeah, I know you guys are very strategic, and I was speculating, I think, on the broadcast, what would you do if you were in that position of even coming out in front of them? They would be kind of, they had nothing to lose compared to you guys, so they would have been all over you, and so it was interesting, but thanks for making it interesting in the last hour.
Yeah, it was certainly interesting for us guys. It was pretty nerve-wracking. Yeah.
Yeah, and it just goes to show that you don't always have to be the fastest car, but in a series like this, consistency is going to benefit you as much as just pure speed. And that's what you guys shown. You were consistently in the top in podium positions for the entire series, and that paid off in the end.
Yeah, certainly. So I mean, at times it's felt like the Sharks have been circling, and there's a lot gone against us, numerous stuff, but we've just kept at it and digging away the points. Even when sometimes it had probably been easier to throw the towel in and just end it, but we just kept on plodding away. And there was a couple of races where we thought, God, the points we scored was a lot less than what we probably could have got. But it just grabbing them podiums. I think Ronin were unlucky at the start of the season with a few DNFs. But yeah, grabbing them podiums and also them incident points. If you're coming second or third and grab them extra 5 points each time, it's huge. It's practically a victory anyway. So.
Yeah, 5 points is a lot. I'm going to be writing a letter to the race director on that.
I mean, it obviously rewards clean driving.
It does. I think I'm joking. It's the right message. But when you guys, like you've said, tough days. Spa looks like you guys finished 7th, 10 laps down. And mostly through no fault of your own, probably. So definitely, kudos to you guys also for persisting. We've said it all broadcast long. Who's left now are the class acts and the people who kind of finish what they started. So we do appreciate that, and congrats on the championship.
Yeah, and another podium sweep for Porsche in this race. The Porsches are I drove the Porsche last week in the iRacing's 12 hours, and it's a very stable car, and it's very stout down the straights, and I like it. I think I'm gonna start driving it more. So it's a really good race car.
Yeah, and I think this year or this season the BOPs are probably more balanced than I've ever seen it anyway. And I've been on iRacing. Typically, you only get one car, but I don't think that's been the case. It's probably the faster teams in the Porsches, but I don't think there was any car that was outweighing any other really.
Yeah, I felt like a lot of it was driver quality, especially in this series. We got a lot of really strong drivers, and that was exciting. So what's next for you guys? You're doing the Creventic all season. What other big things on the horizon for Porsche Sport?
We've got tons. Obviously, Creventic's just started, so we're tough to get the win in that today. And then we've still got like the Porsche Club Championships we run in. Mainly a lot of 911 Cup races. And then we'll see. We'll see going forward. And yeah, I just wanted to give a shout out to some of the other teams. I think whilst we've had challenges, some of the communities we've built with other teams like Century Sim Racing, Team Slow Pace, even Next Level, who weren't there today, but we've kind of built up a good relationship with them, and also to the LMP drivers. I think we're all aware at the start of the season there was some issues in terms of traffic and people passing the traffic, but maybe the last 3 rounds, I don't think you could fault the LMP guys. They've been really cautious but still going quick to get through the traffic. So thanks to all them guys as well. It's not easy for either class. So
no, it's true. The LMPs are like rocket ships. The LMP ones especially. It's driving a rocket ship through the GTE field is not an easy challenge.
Well, I will let you shout out those sponsors, and we'll then get you back to your team and start the celebration.
Yeah. Just thanks again to all the drivers and sponsors, Midas Simulation, Strasser, and Shark E-Bikes, and yeah, thanks to you guys for putting on the broadcast.
Oh, thanks. We've enjoyed it.
No problems. Thank you guys.
All right. Thanks. All right, and we're going to grab Benjamin Johnson, LMP2.
Great.
Benjamin,
Hello.
Congratulations on your LMP2 championship.
Yeah, thank you very much. Didn't think we were going to have it at the start there, but we managed to save the day.
Yeah, absolutely. So what were you guys talking through when that happened? Obviously, you got caught up in something none of your own doing, and you took the worst of it from the 3 cars that got caught up in that incident. I can't imagine where your heads were at that point.
So I wasn't actually at the computer at the time. I could just hear Yella shouting on Discord, and my brother was saying some pretty explicit things as well. But we sort of had a game plan. We knew where Leo Racing had to finish if they finished cleanest, and where we had to finish. So we sort of knew halfway through the race when there was only 6 LMP2s left running. If Leo weren't cleanest, we had it in the bag, sort of thing.
Right.
But yeah, but we thought it was over at the start with 10 minutes of repair before anything happened.
I know that was brutal, and you know, other fallout from that as well. You know, it just kind of spread among a number of teams. Probably 4 teams got impacted by it, including the team that actually caused the incident in the judgment of the stewards. So a tough day for a bunch of people. You guys really made the best of it, though, and looking at, you know, through the results, you know, you outlasted, even if you didn't, you know, weren't the fastest guys in every race.
Yeah, as a team, we're not the fastest, but every guy in our team is at the same pace, because there's a lot of teams who've got 1 or 2 really quick guys, but in our team, everyone can do exactly the same lap time, and so you never get out the car and have a slow person in. It's all we're clean. So like today, you get your lap time and peg it back 5%, and you can just run that all day. As you could see on our lap times, they were like at one point it was just 37, 37, 37, 36, and you could just do that constantly.
Great, yeah, that's a great strategy, and as kind of as everything went on, you guys had a good season. You did win the Catalunya race. I don't know if you guys were on the team at that point. You and your brother who joined.
That was me, Yella, and Josh at that point. But we lucked into that. With an hour to go, we were sitting 3rd, and then there were some crashes. But again, we just kept our nose clean, plugged away, and we were thereabouts.
I think I remember calling the end of that and the unbelievable, you know, kind of the incident that your sister team got into. I assume it's a sister team that was leading the race. So. Well, congrats on the championship, bringing it back. What's next for Venom Works? Are you guys planning other events? Or are you participating on iRacing?
This is the only thing we were participating in at the minute, so it's basically nothing at the minute. I never do any, as a team, we never do any officials anymore. It's just private events, really, so we'll have to see what the team decides.
So what cars do you drive when you're not driving the LMPs, or are y'all specifically an LMP2 team?
We used to be GTEs as well, but since the new Dallara came out, we've moved to LMP2s, but JPW Ringwood wants to set a Indy Pro League up, so we might move to that.
Well, there you go.
I love the Indy cars. I'm a long time IndyCar aficionado here,
so we might start doing sprint races in that.
That sounds like a good fun. Never a dull moment on iRacing, right? Always something to do. Well, congrats on your championship. It was a delight to have you guys in the series and you know, in every race.
Thank you very much. You guys hosted a great season. You ran it well. It's a shame about the drop in grid size at the end, but that's inevitable when people know they can't win anymore. So, but you hosted well. Been great.
Thank you. We appreciate that.
Yep.
Thank you very much.
All right. Thank you. Congratulations.
Bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
Bye. Okay, here we go with the LMP2, or I'm sorry, LMP1 winning team, Fugasim Sport. We'll grab Pat. Pat.
Hi.
So, congratulations.
Thank you. Thank you.
So we were sitting here remarking at the start of this race. We talked about some of the other competitors at the beginning of the season, namely Loki Brown, Indy Autosport,
Yes.
and their prowess at Le Mans. And so this morning we're in there, and the three drivers for Fuga Sim Sport have the three fastest times in iRacing in race speed. So we were expecting you guys to perform well, but MJR had a little trouble, which spread that gap. But you guys were putting on a clinic well before that.
Yeah, I mean the race went well. It was just like bringing it home, and we're not really pushing, so we were just like just trying to keep it safe. And we know the word of order was just like finish the race and seal that championship up.
Sure, and we appreciate obviously running 12 hours on a two-car class was not, the ideal situation. So kudos to you guys for sticking it out, class act, to bring it home and be, kind of really earn that championship. And it's important to us. It's our inaugural season. Not sure how important it is in the scheme of the world right now. LMPs are it's tough to field a full grid of them anyway. I see that all over the place. Is there any thoughts you have on that, on whether it could be improved? Anything we could have done, or is it just the nature of the beast at this point?
Well, I mean, LMP1 had their hypes when they got released in 2018.
Yeah.
I'm racing them since 2019. I'd say like since last year, for about the last year, it's just been in a pretty big decline in terms of participation, either in official or in leagues.
Yeah.
But I think it's just the LMP2 has taken over, and it's great. But I have no idea. It depends on iRacing and what they do about it. But right now, it's pretty much like the state of what it is. It's a dead class.
I think it's complicated to drive. Probably people find it more intimidating when they could just jump in the Dallara and not have to worry about the boost buttons and managing all that boost, right?
I can totally agree with that. I mean, I think it's just like people get overwhelmed, and there's a big gap with like the top guys and just the average people driving the P1, and that can like seriously turn off some people to just drive the LMP2. Yeah.
Well, I'll say personally, that's why I don't drive it. It's too complicated for me. I'll stick with the GT car.
Yeah, I can understand. I can understand.
Yeah, so I'm sure once you get to it, I think it gets a little bit, as you said, there's a big gap between the top guys driving this and the younger, and we'll say younger, the less experienced iRacers that are fairly low IR. That's, I have a C license. Let me go grab this LMP2 or this LMP1, and so now I can drive really, really fast on the track. And then they get overwhelmed pretty quickly because they're, the top LMP2 guys or even the mid-range LMP2 guys are going to be right on a LMP1 driver's tail if he doesn't know what he's doing.
Yeah, exactly. And I think it's just not the boost, but when you're driving an LMP1, you're driving multi-class, it's traffic management, and you need to deal with traffic management, be good at it. Boost management, be good at it. Just driving the car and be good at it. And it's just like there's a big amount of elements to driving these cars that makes them like overwhelming for some.
Yeah, absolutely. So to switch gears a little bit, I did see you guys get involved in one incident where I think an LMP2 lost their control. I think it was, if I'm not mistaken, it might have been in Big Bend in the front part of the track, but you guys got caught up in that. Were you around it when that took place? I don't think you were driving, but that was potentially a setback, but it really didn't. With the amount of lead you guys had at that point, it wasn't an issue.
I think the LMP2 just lost it in front of us. Usually we leave kind of a gap, and there was a gap, but just not enough. And I mean, we just could connect it, and it's fine. I mean, we got 40 seconds of repair, got in the pits, fixed it, and and went out. Like, wasn't
Right.
really a worry at that point.
Yeah, I'm relieved that was the case. So I mean, and like you said, not much else to report about the race. I think it was about your superior traffic management and well deserved for sticking it out and winning. What'd you win? 4 out of 5 events or 3 out of 5 events?
4 out of 5.
Yeah, that's very good. Of course.
Yeah, I mean, we were focusing on mostly incidents. We had the 0 off tracks technically, 2 times 4x hits that were from other cars losing it. But fun fact, we had a little game. Well, we set up a little game within the team for the past like 2-3 races since Spa, basically. That every time that the driver gets an X, he has to pay $1 to the team. So so to keep it clean, so since we had an issue with X's and gaining that extra point from for the cleanest drivers, well, we set up a thing that every time that driver gets an X, he has to pay $1 to the team PayPal. And then at that point, well, we started to get less X's from drivers, and people started paying attention. But that's a good way to keep the guys entertained.
I have to remember that. Yeah. You certainly needed something. Unfortunately,
well, it definitely paid off too.
Yeah.
So what's next for Fuga Sim Sport? What series do you guys focus on? What's your next challenge?
Well, right now we've been in a big rebranding. I don't know if you guys had the chance to look at the car. We had a new paint, new logo. We're just trying to transform Fuga into just to steer it into a new direction. Just mostly focused on leagues and official racing and just being more out there. We're gonna participate next weekend in the 24 Hours of Le Mans in ISRC. Probably VEC Season 2 if they bring back the championship. We're probably gonna go back in that. ISRC Season 2 too. Mostly official races, just special events. Well, we'll be around. You guys will see our cars racing.
That's great. Yeah. Do you do anything besides the LMP1s or not?
LMP2. We're participating also in the Porsche Cup. Some other series. I don't have the name on top of my head, but
that's
we're
fine.
Participating many things also.
Swell. Well, that sounds great. And yeah, as far as our next season, we're contemplating the next move. I don't think we're about to launch another super endurance championship of 12 hours and 24-hour races right now.
Mm-hmm.
I think we're turning probably to start something a little bit more of a sprint format for a while. We will get back to doing an endurance series of some sort or another, perhaps in the fall after the warm weather. And everybody, starts spending a lot more time outdoors. When they come back inside, then they'll be ready to do some more long races.
Yeah, absolutely.
Great. Looking forward to that.
Great.
Awesome.
Well, thanks for your participation, guys. Have a good one.
All right. Thanks, Pat. Is that Yonkos? All right.
Yeah, great. We'd love to hear from them.
Martin Manuel Fournier. Hello, sir. You are on mute.
Hi.
Hey, how are you? Yunkos. Congratulations. Congratulations on your P2 today.
Yeah, I think it's P2 in the race and probably P3 in the championship, if I'm not mistaken. Yeah.
It's a P2 and a P3 in the championship. Thank you, guys. We are really excited to have a nice ending of this season, to get on the podium once again and finish the championship in P3. It's really good.
Yeah. You guys had an interesting race. I think you started. You didn't start in the very front, but it it was a small field, so everybody kind of had a chance to shake out. But I think you guys had some early. Well, everything went well. I think there was just a couple incidents in Sunset where we saw, you guys had such a nice tight line that other cars kind of were bouncing around and would come back on, not expecting you guys to be there, and that kind of run. Ended up in a couple of incidents. I don't know if you saw those. Any comments about those?
I really didn't catch the incident of the start because I wasn't watching the race.
Right.
I started to spot right to the end, but yeah, the start was a little bit complicated with those incidents, but we could manage to get or a better pace over the race, so that helped us to secure the P2 and the P3 of the championship.
For sure. And looking back on the results, it looks like you guys had 3 podiums altogether, including Le Mans, Spa, and this race. So that's a great performance. And I guess today was the best finish in second overall. You guys really had speed towards the end over Porsche Sport. We thought that was going to be a dramatic exit of your pits at the last splash. How were you guys planning for that? What did you think was going to happen, and did it fold out? Did it happen the way you expected?
No, it happened the way we expected. We tried to get a gap, enough gap to make the last stop for fuel, and well, the pace was really good in the last 3 hours or so. So we knew we could manage to get the gap we needed, and that happened. So very happy with the result. As I said before, maybe at the start we were getting we were trying to get a better pace, and we developed it during the race. So after all, it worked the way we planned or we hoped it would happen.
Right. Yeah, it was an impressive performance. We were following the battle from second through fifth. Everybody was kind of within, about a half a lap, maybe more like a lap by the end. But it was exciting to watch, and you guys did a great job. So what's next for Juncos? What other series do you guys participate in? What's the plans for 2021, rest of the year?
Well, we have plans on focusing obviously on official events from iRacing, trying to get on better splits and fight with the best teams. And the idea also is to start a series of our own, as it is on sprint races and endurance races. We have some projects we are currently focusing on. So the idea is to keep always trying to keep Juncos at the top level of sim racing, and obviously if there is another chance of participating in leagues and anything like that, we'll be more than glad to join.
Well, I know I can speak for everybody. We've enjoyed having Juncos racing in our series. We appreciate you guys. You've done a great job all season long. And obviously, as we progress down to our next series of events, we'll definitely keep you guys in mind to invite you back for the next series, whatever that turns out to be. So okay. I do know that we are looking at doing some kind of series that are Porsche spec only, which seems like that might be right up your guys, right in your guys' wheelhouse. But once again, we've enjoyed having you. So if you have any sponsors you want to give a shout out to, and feel free to use whatever language you feel like you're comfortable with.
Okay, thank you guys for the invitation and for the championship and this season. I will try to speak on my own language, so we have a shout out in Spanish. Bueno, gracias a todos nuestros sponsors que nos acompañan en Juncos y Sport, a Distribuidora Delta, a los chicos de Libres Argentina, a River Comets, a todos los que nos acompañan día a día. Seguramente me estoy olvidando de alguno, pero bueno, les agradecemos a todos. Y sobre todo, bueno, agradecerle a Ricardo Juncos, que creyó en nosotros para este proyecto. Estamos llevando adelante con mucho cariño, con muchas ganas. Realmente muy emocionados de ser parte. Y bueno, obviamente un saludo y un abrazo muy grande a todos los chicos que forman parte del equipo, que el laburo de ellos fue el que nos permitió llegar hoy P2 y llegar terceros en el campeonato. Así que esperemos que lo que quede para adelante no sea más que éxitos. Thank you, guys.
Thank you, Martin.
Cheers. Great. Okay, well, I think we've run out of people to talk to for the time being. I also want to congratulate. Oh, do we have more?
Well, we don't have any more drivers, but we do have somebody special we want to talk to.
Okay.
We have our senior race director that we want to talk to before we end this up. Mr. Tom Benloss.
Oh, hello there. How's it
Hello,
going?
Tom.
Oh, that was fun, wasn't it?
That was an adventure.
Yeah,
it was pretty fun.
It was a good race. I think there was obviously a few issues throughout it. It's a bit of a different beast to how we started the season, but I think overall, it's been a really great experience from my perspective, and a really good learning experience as well.
Absolutely.
Yeah, I agree with that.
Yeah.
Yep.
I mean, it's a bit of a shock to the system that it's the kind of the end of the season now. It's taken up a huge amount of my time for the last 6 months. Well, not only my time, but your guys as well. So it'll be nice to kind of take a break to have a little bit of a recovery, but it'll be, I'm eager to get back on the horse as it is to get some other things that we've got on the pipeline going, as well as begin planning for this next season. I've already had a few messages from people asking about that, which is, great to see.
Absolutely. Yep.
Yeah, I think realistically, all I've really got to say is a few massive thank yous, obviously to all the teams that have kind of stuck with us and participated throughout the process. The product that we've, basically walking away with is a huge part down to the teams who've had driving with us. They've been giving constant feedback and support, which has helped improve the product and the league itself to be something that I think would be really good to race in from my perspective, which may be a bit biased. Obviously, I've got a massive shout out and thank you to our sponsors, Unified Potential and Swindon Care Centre. Without them, we wouldn't have been able to do any of these broadcasts, as they've been a huge kind of font of knowledge, as well as just enabling us from the financial perspective, which has been, everything I could have hoped for. They have been, I couldn't have wished for a better kind of sponsorship from those guys, which has been great.
Yep,
and
thanks.
Finally, the three of you guys, as well as Josh, Dylan, Mark, and Vitor, it wouldn't have been possible without you guys. You've been there to kind of keep me going straight, keep the train on the tracks, as it were, and that I couldn't begin to explain how grateful I am for that. So I think at the very least, I owe you all a beer if we do Le Mans.
Well, I will say this: we basically threw you under the bus at the beginning of the season. As I told the drivers this morning in the driver meeting, I said we kind of made you our voice for the teams because we wanted to stop some of the crosstalk and everybody in VEC getting questions from different people and maybe getting mixed messages. So we thought that the best thing was just make you the conduit for all knowledge regarding our racing. But with that, you also were the one to get the majority of the backlash. And so we tried to lift you up as best we could to keep you on the straight and narrow, because I know there were times during the season that we're trying for you, and we're trying for all of us because of incidents that happened on and off the track. And so a big thank you to you from all of us for keeping us sane while you took the brunt of everything. So I said this every time I've done the broadcast. If you'd told me this, last year this time, that I'd be hosting races and broadcasting events on YouTube, I would have told you were out of your mind. But you gave me the confidence to go in and do it. And I've enjoyed doing it. I don't think I'm the best broadcaster by far, but I'm having fun, and it's a good group of guys to work with, and I couldn't ask for anything more than that.
Absolutely.
Good. I'm
Nice.
glad you've kind of enjoyed it. I've obviously, as you said, there's been moments where it's kind of been, oh, this is a bit tricky, and it's definitely been a learning experience for me in terms of developing myself and how I deal with things. And there's been a lot of mistakes that I've made in the process that, looking back on decisions I've made and things we've chosen to do, have been, maybe the wrong thing to do, but it's helped grow myself and hopefully the team. But like I said, I couldn't be more thankful for how this has turned out, and the help you guys have all given.
Sure. Well, my piece on this is just that it's been a very memorable season. The racing itself, apart from the drama and in the stewards room and through the, channeled from the race teams, everybody trying to be the fastest, everybody trying to have a great race, and inevitably frustration comes to some from that. We bore a lot of that in the stewards room, and you bore the brunt of it all season long. I think we did a really good job overall, given that it was the first race season that this group has ever hosted at this level. It's fantastic that we had such a level of drivers. I want to thank all the drivers who participated.
Yeah, absolutely.
It was great getting to know the drivers across many of these very classy teams, very experienced and very fast teams. For me, and also the broadcast portion was exciting for me. Not everybody knows my history, but I ran a series for a number of years, pre iRacing back in the dark ages of the aughts, and I had a great time doing that. Expected to be called on here a little more for stewarding, but then as it turned out, I was really attracted to the broadcast. Tom, I think, felt he wanted to kind of engage on the stewarding side, so that's the roles we ended up playing, and it was a great growth for me. I've always been someone who watched race broadcasts and hollered out when the race broadcasters have no idea what's actually going on in the race, and they're talking blithely on about something trivial while a big move is happening. I've learned that that's not as easy as it looks. It's hard for one person to keep track of everything. We've developed some new techniques. I've developed some new skills. I've developed some sense of how awful I am at this, at the same time as, kind of really putting some thought into trying to make it better. Hopefully it did get better. I'm sure it got better. Did it get good? I'm not sure yet. I think there's still some work to do, but it's quite an art. But it's been really exciting, and again, an honor to do the job for this group of racers and for this group of administrators. So I had a fantastic time. And Tom, you put in so many hours. You referenced it briefly, but I just want to highlight that we recognize that you were there when it needed to be done. Things got done. They got done in advance. Everything was timely. Everything was organized. That's not easy to do when you're not getting paid for it. Great job.
Absolutely. And I think we've also learned that TC does a good job with the camera work if you can keep his mind occupied on this race and not some other race that he's watching off on the side.
Well played, Charles. I guess this brings us to the end of our broadcast, unless Mr. Cope would like to say anything. Perhaps he would.
No,
I don't think he's going to jump on this one. It's been a pleasure, again, just working with everyone across the world. We had such a nice, varied broadcast team between you and myself, Charles, from different regions of the United States, to a couple blokes from the UK, to a Scotsman, to a Portuguese, and Vitor. It's been truly memorable.
Yeah, it really has. We have many people speaking English, and we can't understand each other half the time. I hope that the people who have been watching have enjoyed the broadcasts. I've enjoyed it. I couldn't ask for a better group of guys to be involved with. We always have fun when it's time to have fun, but it's when it's time to work. Even though I pick on TC a little bit, when it's time to work, we do the work, and I've enjoyed almost every second of it. But yeah, it's been amazing, and I can't wait to see what we come up with next. I think there'll be some people who will be intrigued about what we're going to do, and I hope it brings some good racing along with it as well. Anybody else have anything to say?
No, I think that's about it. I think I can almost see my campsite from the overhead shot we're showing on the stream right now.
There you go.
Campsite from 2014 at Sebring. It's been great to do a closer at Sebring. A great racetrack, a great selection of tracks in the series, I thought, as well. Nice variety. So I'm done.
All right. Well, for Colin Tabor and Thomas Cope and our senior race director, Tom Benloss, Mark Benny, Vitor Bros, Dylan Stone, Josh Morris, everybody behind the scenes at VC. Thank you for tuning in. We've enjoyed it. We hope you have also. I'm Charles Beauchelle. Our time is over. We thank you for yours. Be safe. Happy Easter. And we'll see you for the next broadcast.
What if I come home and no one's through my front door? What if I come home and there's a mess everywhere? What if I come home and tears flood the floor?
No one understands the struggle and stress I shoulder. No one understands that I have the trials of someone much older.
No one understands why my homework's late, why my mascara's smudged, or why I'm not perfect.
No one understands why I can't have guests, why I miss school, or why I look like I need a rest.
No one likes the kid who's always behind. Nobody gets the effort needed to keep up. They mock and scorn with ignorance in their minds.
Everyone looks down on me. They think I'm quite odd. But in fairness, me crying is all they see.
But everyone really should look up to me. Having responsibilities bigger than imagined, not knowing my cared one is my priority.
Patience. If you give me the chance to say, patience is all I crave, and you'll come to understand that my pain is every day.
It's not my fault that I am left out the group and that I always worry. No one knows the struggle and stress that we all carry.
The Swindon Carers Centre, we're here to support young carers to carry the weight of their caring role.
Someone is there for us to speak to. Someone understands what we all go through. To everyone at Swindon Carers, thank you.
Everybody has places to go, but not everyone has a way to get there. What if there were an easy way to get everybody where they need to be? What if there were one resource for all of the transportation needs in our community? What if we could move up to a better way to get people where they need to be? Welcome to a better way of getting around. With Move Up, all of your transportation options are in the palm of your hand with a mobile app that allows you to get where you want to go. Okay, there are lots of options for getting a ride, but this ride service is special because it offers answers to the collective needs of our community. Who needs a ride? Going to the airport or train station? Done. Need a lift to get some groceries, go to the bank or post office? Done. Need non-emergency medical transport to your doctor's appointment? Done. Need a ride for your child? Done. What if you want to take your dog or your bike with you? Done. You get the idea. But how does it work? There are basically 3 types of riders. Regular folks with no special needs, children and adults who need assistance, people who need to get somewhere but can't afford transportation. The people with no special needs can use MoveUp just like they would a cab or a service like Uber or Lyft. Why choose MoveUp? Because participation in the program helps support the overall community by keeping the drivers busy so the network can grow. Children and adults who need assistance can choose among the drivers who have been carefully screened to be able to handle non-emergency medical transport, assist with the elderly and handicapped, and to transport children with their parents' permission. People who need to get somewhere but can't afford transportation can enroll in one of the community programs that will pay for their ride. The driver gets paid just like with any other passenger. We can all move up to the next generation of ride-hailing and transportation if we all get involved. To learn how you can become a part of the solution, join MoveUpLynchburg.org today.
MoveUp is a local delivery management app that is completely free for you to use. It lets you choose your drivers, whether your own employees or others in the community. It lets you and your drivers decide on rates that are best for your customers, and those customers don't even have to download the app. MoveUp is easy to use. When a customer places their order and requests delivery, you enter the delivery information into your online system, and the system alerts drivers of their delivery order. You can track the complete status at a glance, and so can the customer. MoveUp's processing system is designed to protect you from liability and to minimize transaction fees. All of the money stays local. You keep all of the money from your sale, and the driver keeps all of the money from the delivery. It's easy to set up. In fact, you can be delivering the next day. MoveUp is the no-commission connection to your customers. Find out more on our website.